Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show. Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello, I'm Mayor Daniel Rickerman, and welcome to the TEDxCongareeVista Vista event. While I regret that I am unable to join you in person today, I am honored to welcome you on behalf of the City of Columbia. Events like this are so important to our community. They bring people together who are willing to share ideas, challenge assumptions, and inspire others to think differently about the future. This year's theme, ChangeMakers, reflects the spirit of our city. Columbia is home to entrepreneurs, educators, artists, nonprofit leaders, innovators, and community advocates who are willing to work every day to strengthen our neighborhoods and move our community forward. While you are here, I encourage you and implore you to connect with one another and experience our city. Visit the local businesses, explore downtown, take time to engage with the people and the places that make Columbia such a vibrant community. Thank you to the organizers, the speakers, the volunteers, and the partners who worked so hard to bring TEDxCongaree Vista to life. I hope today's conversation sparks new ideas, meaningful partnerships, and continued progress for Columbia and the communities across the region. Thank you for being here and enjoy the event.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're very excited to kick off this TEDx event. My name is Shyam. This is Darson.
Hey, thank you everyone for being here. I'm Darson. I'm the executive producer for TEDx.
Thank you everyone for being here. My name is Luke Janazzo. I'm the co-organizer and event manager of this TEDx event.
And I'm Shyam. I'm also a co-organizer and a lead organizer. We're all students at USC, and we are very, very excited to bring back TEDx to Columbia as the first standard event in over 10 years. So thank you all for being here as support for this. Hopefully we can bring this back every single year to come. The vision behind this event was to bring it back to Columbia. Being the capital of the state, it's kind of funny why we don't have a TEDx event while Greenville and Charleston have really established programs. And so our goal with this event as TEDxCongaree Vista is to kickstart what's hopefully TEDx Columbia next year. And so building the support and the foundation now is what's incredibly important, with the idea that you guys and other partners and sponsors can help put this on the following years to come as we step down and continue to volunteer.
Shyam also got rejected from TEDx Charleston, so he wanted to start his own.
I try not to tell people that, but we truly hope what we've built today is incredibly special to you guys as it is special to us. This has been a 10-month planning process. We started last May applying for the license from TED, and it has been quite the journey. Lots of ups and downs, lots of arguments, and planning obviously went into this. Even leading up to last night at midnight, we were having a bunch of issues. But we're super thankful for everyone that's been able to put this together. We're very excited to show y'all 16 incredible speakers that cover basically every topic. We have politics, engineering, research, nonprofit leaders talking about their work, literally everything. And so we think this is going to be a truly special day of incredible talks. In the back, we have, thank you to our production team, we have Tyler, Ethan Swords, and Ambient Media that have done an incredible job with all of this, and they're also going to be running our live stream, so we're incredibly thankful to them. We also have Cynthia, not sure if she's in here, but she's coordinating all of our volunteers, and thank you to our volunteers as well. With future events, we need you guys to be a part of this. We're a small team. This year we happen to be primarily students, but we want you guys to be a part of this, so if you're interested in helping out with production, partnership, etc., please reach out to us.
Thanks to you for bringing the vision to Columbia. And I'm going to hand it off to Luke, who will go over our event logistics and things like that.
All right, thank you. So again, welcome. I am the event manager of this event. So in that role, I am in charge of all the logistics, including the venue. So I'm going to share some important information with you about this venue today and everything that you need to know. So firstly, please refrain from exiting the ballroom during the TEDx talks. We don't want to disrupt the talks through the noise as well as the light because it's dim in here and there's a bright sun out there. So for that reason, we will not allow re-entry to the ballroom during the TEDx talk sessions. So if you need to exit, you won't be able to re-enter until the next break. So please refrain from exiting or taking any breaks until the scheduled breaks, which will be about every hour. Please silence your phones during the event. That's very important. Please make sure you don't have any bright screens. If you do need to check your phone, keep it dim and silent. Lunch will be at 1:20 p.m. is on the schedule, so that's in about 3 hours from now. We'll have it right outside the ballroom there in the hallway where you entered, and we'll give you instructions on how to proceed out based on your table numbers once there is the time for that. There is a number on each of your tables on the front, so please be aware of that if we reference it. Please make an orderly entrance and exit when asked. Try your best to file out in a clean way so that we can keep things going smoothly throughout the day. The men's bathroom is out these doors to the left. The women's bathroom is out the doors to the right. Talk sessions, when we talk about networking sessions, will be in the registration area. And when we tell you to go there, that is out the ballroom doors to the right and then again to the left. And we will reiterate this when it is time for that. Again, the volunteers can be seen with the blue lanyards and the staff badges. So if you see us around, you can ask for any help that you might need. And that is all of the logistical info. Last thing, emergency exits are also out to your left, same ballroom doors where you entered. Lastly, I just want to say for this to have gone from idea to reality in just 10 months is really incredible. I want to thank all the partners that we worked with, especially the Columbia Metropolitan Convention Center for providing this venue today and providing all kinds of logistical support to make this happen in front of you right now. So thank you to them, and thank you to everyone on our team. With that, I'm going to introduce our MC, Solomon Jacobs.
Thank you. And good morning, Columbia. My name is Solomon Jacobs, and I am so honored to be your MC today. Look around the room for a second. Every single person in this room took the time on a Saturday morning to not doom scroll, not sleep in, and not figure out how they're going to get to 5 points this afternoon for the St. Patrick's Day parade, but to lean in, to be open to something that may change the way that they view the world. Today, you're going to hear 16 voices, doctors, leaders, engineers, and advocates, each carrying an idea that they have spent years living, testing, and refining. Some of these ideas will challenge you, some will move you, and there will be many that you will take outside this room today. We have 4 sessions, 2 networking breaks, and a lunch built specifically for when people like you are all in one room together. Let's begin. Session 1 is called Laying the Groundwork. This session explores the foundation of thriving environments, the cities we build, the people we include, the passions that drive us, and the care we extend to others. It reminds us that meaningful change begins with understanding the spaces that we live in. This session is brought to you by the Design Studio at the University of South Carolina, a student-run agency in the School of Visual Art and Design. Their team designed the entire visual identity you see today, from the ChangeMakers theme to the butterfly logo that you see. Thank you for bringing this idea to life. This session has 4 speakers: Elise Parton, Tyson Keon Brown, Yvonne Segura, and Shannon Ivey.
I'm Elise Parton, Mayor of the City of Casey. In my 5 terms as the Mayor of Casey, I have noticed something remarkable, something that can make all of our cities and towns better. In Casey, we're passionate about the arts. We're passionate about the Casey Riverwalk, and we're passionate about all of our great small businesses. I'm excited for everyone to know the one thing that can make all of our cities and towns better. That's why I'm bringing this idea to the stage.
Can everybody join me in welcoming Elise Parton?
For a century, yet I'm the first female mayor. After 5 terms in office, I'm now the longest serving mayor in our entire region. During that time, my view of elected leadership has changed. When I last spoke to a TEDx audience 10 years ago, I said then that everyone should run for elected office. And there's still good reason for that. We need more regular people shaping the communities that we want to live in. But today, I come to you with something more specific. We need more women to run for elected office. Why? To see my 17 years in office in context, when measuring all the states in our nation for women's power and influence, our state of South Carolina is in the lowest 1%. Because so few women here are in elected office, I take the privilege of my elected leadership especially seriously. This doesn't mean that every woman is the one who should win the race. It's not about giving women an automatic win just because they're women. It doesn't diminish men and their leadership. I work and collaborate with lots of great men in my role as mayor. My husband is my biggest champion. My father took care of our kids when I had meetings during the day, and it was hard to tell who was happier, my father or our kids. Yet, for about half of my time in office, I have been the only woman on our council. If we look at our state-level elected officials, South Carolina is practically dead last for the number of women representing us. We have had a female governor. We are home to the University of South Carolina, where our women's basketball coach, Dawn Staley, has elevated women's basketball so much so that fans pack the house every single game. Yet, we barely have any women walking through the doors of the State House. Women are half of our state's population, yet women are 13% of our state legislators. We can achieve better balanced representation not 20 years from now, not 10 years from now. Now, women, I'm talking to you. Yes, you, the one who just said to herself, I would never run for elected office. And the one with a satisfying career. And the one who thinks that's fine for other people, but not me. You know there are issues in your community that you care about. There is no more important way to volunteer than this. You are the answer. Let me say that again. You are the answer. Why not you? Your community, your state, your nation needs you. If you're listening, truly hear me. You are qualified now. If you can run a house, you can run for office. Women, Are you a kindergarten teacher who can get 5-year-olds to all go in the same direction? Then you're ready for elected office. Do you follow all the political podcasts and geek out knowing who your elected leaders are? Then you're ready for elected office. If you don't know who any of your elected leaders are, but you want change, you're ready for elected office. If you've ever headed up your local homeowners association, you're overqualified. So what are we waiting for? When women are in office, they make laws that prevent violence against women. When women are in office, they champion laws about child care. And they have the South Carolina Chamber behind them. The same chamber that says that child care is an economic development issue. When women are in office, they create more economic development and more wealth opportunities for all of us. We are missing out on the value of women leaders for all of us. Research tells us that when we have men and women in office, we create a better track record of meaningful, measurable results. How do I know women can get into elected office and lead well? I'm living proof. I have a background in public health and was an unknown mom of a 2- and 3-year-old when I first ran. My campaign won with the support and leadership of 2 mom friends, one who is a park ranger and another who works in nonprofits. I then shined the light on a path for a woman who is a nurse, who became one of the youngest council members elected in our state at the time. She won against a former well-known police chief. I shined the light on the path for a stay-at-home mom with a prior career in managing restaurants and customer service, who thought she was just standing up for an issue in her neighborhood, but then she realized the way to make things better is to be one of the ones making the decisions. She won against an incumbent who works at a campaign firm, and she won every single precinct. The message: we have the power to be change makers, but we have to use it. Through the U.S. Department of State as the guest of embassies, through the International Visitor Leadership Program, and through Elected Fee, my Substack on women and leadership, I continue to shine a light on the path for women so that we all benefit from stronger, more resilient communities. So what can we do to create significant success and real results that makes our communities better? I'll share 5 stories and the lessons I learned from them that shined a light on the path for me. I first ran to serve our city as mayor because the prior mayor and council had voted to annex floodplain property across the river. Developers wanted to build on that land that floods regularly. Their decision put our taxpayer dollars at risk. It woke up a lot of residents. It compelled me to run for office. Lesson number 1, concern can be our motivation to run. My belief that I could lead my city started decades prior. When I was in 2nd grade, my mother started working for the mayor of Charleston, South Carolina. She was his director of media relations. I knew at a young age that things like parks and sidewalks didn't just happen. Somebody thought those things through. Lesson number 2, communities are made better by people with ideas. What's your idea? In the late 1980s, Charleston hosted the U.S. Conference of Mayors. My mom had us babysit for one of the mayors who brought his family with him, Mayor Richard Daley, former longtime mayor of Chicago. Lesson number 3, elected leaders are people like you and me, often with families. My mother had a poster in her office on her wall with a picture of a beautiful building and a quote that I've always remembered. Winston Churchill said, "We shape our buildings. Thereafter, they shape us." Lesson number 4, elected leaders can make a positive, lasting difference. Elected leaders like you. I also have a supportive father, maybe a girl dad before those things were labeled, and I have just the right amount of middle child sass that made me wildly believe that I was capable of most anything. And because nobody said I shouldn't or I couldn't be in elected office, when that issue popped up in our city, I believed I could lead and make things better, and I have. Lesson number 5, find the support, the motivation, and the experiences in your life that give you the conviction that you can do it, because you can. I said I would share 5 lessons, but I'm going to add in a bonus because this is as true as it gets. There is no mystery to running for office, no magic to it. It starts with you stepping forward. When you do, your impact will spread. Research tells us that when asked to draw an elected official, very young girls will draw a woman. But by the time they turn 10, they mostly start drawing men in that role. We can continue to help them to see women in those roles, to see themselves in those roles. Correction, you can. Believe it or not, leading can be fun. Being a part of the grassroots group in my community that cared about the floodplain meant I wasn't alone. You're not alone. There are people who care. You get to be in the room where decisions are made. You get to make decisions. You might get to bring life back to the forgotten heart of your city and make it a river arts district with stunning murals and small businesses that everyone can enjoy. You might get to have pride in having some of the lowest taxes and fees in the entire region with a high quality of life, because we have the most miles of Riverwalk Trail in this area, a less than 5-minute response time when our people need us in an emergency, and clean water in our homes. You get to make a positive difference, a difference that you and your neighbors can see and feel. We can rally around this. We can say, "Put me in, coach." We can pack the house and cheer on the women in the arena. And we can shine a light on the path so more women become elected leaders. When we do, we all win.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tyson K. Brown, and I'm the founder and executive director of Project One Way Incorporated, located here in the Midlands of South Carolina. When I think about Columbia, South Carolina, and why it's important to me, when I think about Columbia and what it means to me, the first thing I think of is the fact that Columbia gave me a chance that I don't think any other city could have. Our organization was started when I was 19 years old. By 21, we were talking to city leadership about the same topic that I'll talk to you about today. In my free time, I travel to cities all over the coast, and when I'm lucky, all over the country. But one thing I can say is that out of all the places that I've been, out of all of the things that I've experienced, I don't think there's any place that's quite like home. See, cities like Columbia are growing every single day. We have people moving here every single day, but the question is not what are we drawing as a city?
The question is, what are we retaining as a city? Not just businesses, but generational talent. I've consulted with various levels of city leadership. I've led initiatives and cohort-based programming that leads to the activation of young, small business owners in this city. I've done everything that I can to bridge the generational gaps that exist, not only in the workplace, but in other shared spaces as well. And that's why today, I'm the right person to talk to you about what it means to not only grow up, but also grow old in cities of lifelong belonging. My name is Tyson Brown, and I'm so excited to be talking to you today.
Can everybody join me in welcoming Tyson Keon Brown?
Well, 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 the whole government name, huh? Whole government name. Listen, I have to begin with a confession. I had absolutely no plans or intentions of returning to Columbia, South Carolina. Somebody's thinking to themselves, wow, big shocker, right? Not too much on my city, not too much. I had no plans of coming back to Columbia. So when I came back, I did not come back in triumph. I came back in what felt like loss. I came back in what felt like defeat. I came back in grief. You see, 7 months apart down to the day, I lost both of my grandfathers. And as though that loss was not enough for my family, just a month after I lost my second grandfather, I nearly lost my grandmother, who had a stroke and several seizures. All of a sudden, my roadmap was gone. My blueprint was missing. My plans evaporated faster than I could ever have imagined. I had no idea what I would do next. But that's when I realized that while tragedy could have prohibited me, it had actually positioned me. While tragedy could have pushed me back, it actually did something unique, and it pushed me forward. See, I ended up at the intersection of tragedy and opportunity. All I had was two things left. That was heartache and home. Intersections, intersections, intersections. See, the thing about intersections is that they teach you things about yourself that you could never have imagined knowing. They teach you things about yourself that you could never have imagined having to deal with. For example, when you return to cities like Columbia, you do not return to restart careers. You do not return to restart education, but you return for the purpose of survival, not your own, but the survival of a city that has already given you so much. I know you see the two words on the screen, brain drain. For years, there have been studies in regard to the manner in which people flee from cities just like this. I'm talking about critical talent vacuums. I'm talking about an inability to retain generational talent. Some say it's because of low compensation. Some of you are nodding your head. Yes, it is. Some people say it's because of slow economic development. I get it. You want to see cranes when you drive down the road. I get it. I get it. Some people say it's because they perceive that there is not enough opportunity in cities like this. Well, I need to tell you something. Somebody say, what is it, Tyson? Thank you for asking. I'll share it. I'll share it. I'll share it. Here's the thing. There are several issues with cities just like this. But I'm here to challenge you today by telling you that there is only one solution. And that one solution is you. That one solution is a generation of social engineers who would dare to build exactly what it is that they wish to see. A generation of people who have the capacity to envision their wildest imaginations of what this city could become. See, the thing about becoming is that by definition, the word become means to begin to be. That means that if you are becoming, you will always be beginning. And that's hard. That's difficult. Somebody's saying, well, Tyson, while I appreciate what you have to say, and you're very eloquently spoken, thank you, I've already outgrown this city. Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd tell you congratulations. I'm here today to flatly reject the notion that you've outgrown this city and tell you that what you think you have already outgrown has actually been waiting on you the entire time. That the city that you think you're too big for has struggled to become because you have not yet become. Somebody's saying, well, Tyson, I'm thinking about relocating. I'm going to go to a bigger city, because I'm too big for this. I'm fancy. I get it. Here's the thing. Even if you relocate, your calling won't. Even if you decide to shift cities, your calling remains the same. So what I'm saying to you today is this. You can fight me about it later. Your calling does not relocate. Your contribution is just delayed. You can clap. Thank you. I know it's not popular. I know it's not what you want to hear. But the same issues that exist here will still be here when you come back, unless you decide to become. I was 21 years old when our city's leadership gave me the opportunity to consult. The Office of Business Opportunities, city manager's leadership team had no idea how large that opportunity would become for me. And I felt inadequate, I have to be honest. Because there I was, having experienced the loss that I did, feeling broken. Feeling like nothing. How oxymoronic is it to be called to build and repair while being broken? What I'm here to say to you today is that it is vital to your city, is that it is vital to your growth, that even while you feel broken, you dare to be responsible for the repair of the environments that have done so much to help you. Somebody's still saying, Tyson, I'm telling you what you're saying is good, but I've got to go. What you're saying is good, but I've already decided to leave. I'd like to challenge you with this. If every dream boards a plane, what will there be left for us to build on? If every vision crosses state lines, then what will we have left? If every, concept becomes diminished, how will we ever become? Tyson, I've outgrown the city. I hear you, but I'm done. I've outgrown it. It's too late. Here's what I have to say to you today. If you want to help your city, the greatest gift you can ever give it is refusing to outgrow it. What does that mean? That means that when you grow, your city grows. That means that when you expand, your city expands. That means that when you get education, your city becomes more educated. That means that when you have ideas, then your city has the opportunity to be the breeding ground for those ideas. That's what it means to refuse to leave cities. That's what it means to create a city of lifelong belonging. Grow up and grow old. Grow up and grow old. Grow up and grow old. What does that mean? Thank you for asking. I'll tell you. Grow up and grow old speaks to the idea that people stay in cities when they can develop healthy relationships with money there. And when they develop those healthy relationships with money, then they anchor their families and their businesses there. And when they do that, that's when we see the kind of economic development that makes cities grow up and grow old. Grow up and grow old. Somebody said, Tyson, get to the point. I promise you I'm getting to it right now. I'm here. The point of the matter is this. If you're from a city like Columbia, I challenge you today to stay on purpose. If you are one of the ones who has left a city like Columbia, well, maybe it's time for you to consider coming back on purpose. And if you've always been around, yes, I'm talking to the complainers, to the opinionated. How about for once, show up on purpose? Because it's a possibility that the city of lifelong belonging that you've been hoping to see does not exist yet because you have not birthed it out of your heart and your mind. How about be the change that you've been hoping to see? How about use those words, move those hands, and begin building? How about pick up a shovel? How about get on a board? How about serve on a commission? Do anything but complain about the current circumstance, because guess what? The ability to shift it is in your hands and in your heart. So, I guess what I'm saying today is this. Always remember Tyson told you that cities of lifelong belonging are not built on the backs of those who seek escape routes. That cities of lifelong belonging are not built on the backs of those who move just because it's easiest, but cities of lifelong belonging are built by those who have the courage, who have the intestinal fortitude, who have the wherewithal to stand, even when it gets hard. So when your city calls for your voice, use it. When your city calls for your talent, offer it. And when it asks you to stay, consider it. Because the first city of lifelong belonging you will ever live in is the one that lives inside of you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ivan Segura. I'm the best advocate for the Latino community in South Carolina. I'm very passionate about helping the Hispanic community. And sometimes to do that, you have to get yourself into new places, try new things, and of course, get to the places where the decisions are made. On my free time, I like to create art. I'm a poet, and I just like to do everything that I can to express myself artistically. In my talk, we will find the ways to find your passion and advocate. That's what we're here for. This presentation is about ChangeMakers, and this is why I am the one to bring it to the stage.
Can everybody join me in welcoming Ivan Segura?
Debilitating. This is the word that came to mind when I was invited to do a presentation at the University of South Carolina. The topic seemed simple. How does it feel to be a Latino in South Carolina? I had just moved to the States from Mexico, and I was trying to find a way to express what I was feeling. This is why I decided to start this talk off stage. I want you to imagine that you wake up on a new place where everything seems a little off. You might feel a little different, just like you might be feeling right now. This is to give you a glimpse of what is stepping into the unknown. This is part of the immigrant experience. Hola, mi nombre es Iván Segura. El día de hoy vamos a hablar de cómo puedes encontrar tu pasión, encontrar tu voz y abogar por los derechos de tu comunidad. I like doing that, because I can see it in your faces. You're already thinking, like, wait, what happened? Who changed the channel? I need a remote. I'm going to read subtitles for this guy. I'm Ivan Segura. I moved to South Carolina 24 years ago. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey. We're going to explore how an introverted immigrant with a very heavy accent and an undiagnosed ADHD brain found his passion, found his voice, and became the best advocate for the Latino community in South Carolina. And before you tell me, this is not for me, I don't know anything about advocacy, let me tell you, this talk is for everybody. For those that want to change the world, to those that simply want to convince their spouse to change the color on the living room. And let's start by doing something. Let's demystify advocacy, because to advocate is simply to express publicly your support for something. That's it. To express publicly your support for something. This is something that we all can do. This is something that we all can do in different ways. I'm going to show you 3 steps to advocate. Number 1, find your passion. Number 2, find your voice. And number 3, find your tribe and advocate. Now, passion, that's not something that you one day you just wake up and say, oh, here is my passion. It's been in my closet all this time. No. Passion has a way of slowly sneaking into your soul. Passion is the thing that you cannot forget about. Passion is the thing that keeps you up at night. For me, that started very early. I grew up watching my parents. They didn't call it advocacy. They didn't call it leadership. They were simply amazing human beings. My mom would be the kind of person that everybody in the neighborhood would come asking for advice, or a hug, or a smile. Once, I saw a lady running half a block all the way to our house when her baby was having a medical emergency. Why? Because Mommy Chuy would know what to do. My Mommy Chuy. My dad, Don Samuel Segura, was the kind of man that would come out and play with all the kids on the street. Sometimes they knock at the door, they were not looking for me, or my brothers, or my little sister. They were like, hey, is Mr. Segura home? Can he come out and play? Now, when I moved to South Carolina, I found a Latino community that was working hard, raising families, and contributing to the economy. Yet, they were often overlooked. Somebody has to say something. That's what I kept telling myself. Somebody has to say something. Because that's how passion works. Once you care deeply about something, doing nothing is no longer an option. So you want to find your passion, don't ask yourself, what should I care about? Ask yourself, what is that one thing I cannot stop thinking about it? What's that thing that taps me on my shoulder and say, hey, pay attention to this? Finding your voice. In Mexico, we have a famous saying that goes, calladito, te ves más bonito, which translates to, you look more beautiful when you're quiet. Now, my mama used to say, hey, nobody told this little Ivan Segura that calladito se ve más bonito. And what she meant is that I was talking about this and that and saying something about this, and even the stuff I shouldn't be talking about, there I was saying something about it. Once I moved to South Carolina, finding my voice was not easy. I learned English when I was 23 years old. And then I moved to the States 2 years later. I have a friend that has a PhD that used to make fun of me, saying that I spoke in baby English. As in, here is Ivan Segura with his baby English talking about this issue. And there is Ivan Segura with his baby English fighting for the rights of Hispanics in South Carolina. Yet, that never stopped me from talking. Your voice does not arrive fully formed. It grows because you are using it. A lot of people think that advocacy is about being loud. No. Advocacy is about being honest. Thank you. Your voice matters because it's yours. And if you're an immigrant, remember, your accent is not a weakness, and your personal story is not a liability. You don't have to sound like anybody else. And you don't need an invitation to talk. Once you find your passion, and now you have your voice, then you have found a purpose. And that turns into action, turns into advocacy. Now, finding your tribe. Somebody has to do something. That's all I had when I started. But then I started meeting other people that care about the same issues as I did. Other people that would see the same sense of urgency as I was feeling. Because passion recognizes passion, and voice calls out to other voices. That's how you find your tribe. Your tribe reminds you why the work is important. Your tribe gives you energy when you're tired. Your tribe turns individual passion into a movement, because advocacy becomes sustainable when it becomes collective. So you have found your passion and your voice, and now you have your tribe, then change becomes inevitable. And I want to share with you 3 things today, 3, that remind me why this work is important. A few weeks ago, I got home, and I asked Alexa to play something for me. And Alexa and I, we have this love-hate relationship that I don't want to get too much into that. Let's just say, like the young people say, let's say it's complicated. But I got home, and I say, Alexa, play Ray LaMontagne. And she started playing Rain on a Tent. 12 hours of Rain on a Tent. Like, who even needs 12? Oh, that's not the point. Rain on a Tent. And I had to laugh, because after all these years, and all these speeches, and meetings, and advocacy, I am still sometimes misunderstood. And that's okay, because I'm still learning. 2, in 2021, I received the Otley Award. Otley comes from the Nahuatl word that means path, as in opening the path for others. This is the highest distinction that the Mexican government gives to Mexicans living abroad that are working on behalf of their communities. Over 1,000 Otleys have been awarded in the United States. I am the sole recipient of this award in South Carolina. It is a big deal. Yes. However, something else happened 2 years ago that meant a lot more to me. During the South Carolina Southeastern Immigration Conference, one of the speakers asked the crowd, what do you want to be when you grow up? A young Latina replied, I want to be like Ivan Segura. This is what it's all about. It's not about titles or positions. It's not about awards or recognitions. It's about inspiring somebody else to jump into action. This is what this talk is about, is to inspire you to jump into action. So as you live here today, I want you to remember something. If you find your passion, and you find your voice, and you find your people, you're not only changing your life, you're changing what is possible for others. So go out there, stand up for something, advocate for something, fight for something. I promise you, there is already somebody out there waiting for you to show them that it is possible. Be the change maker that makes this world a better place for everybody. Thank you. Okay, people.
Sorry, some technical difficulties it seems like. But please welcome me and not welcome me. Please join me in welcoming our last speaker, Shannon Ivey.
Good morning. So, colorectal cancer has been in the news lately because of this frightening statistic just released by the American Cancer Society, and because famous people keep dying from it. But today I have been sent to you as the delegate from the, that was close, late stage 3 club, to talk about a few things that you're not seeing, that we think you need to know. But be relieved. Today's talk is not about my problematic digestive system. No, today's talk is actually about something that we think we need your help on inside the club. Let me give you the headline. Cancer doesn't just attack the body. Cancer stress tests and breaks systems of support. So in my around 10 years in this club, thank goodness, I have seen some interesting things with the folks that we call early onset, or the people who are diagnosed under 50. We report experiencing these 4 things. Number 1, first there's me. Soon after I was diagnosed. Here's what we experience. Number 1, cancer ghosting. Cancer ghosting is when people in a person's life before the diagnosis disappear soon after, sometimes even people who were married to them. Number 2, vigilante helpers. Now this is a new phrase because I invented it. It is sort of the opposite. Vigilante helpers, they are about helping. They want to help, but they help centering themselves and control of the patient. So this is helping that harms. Third, blame. Oh my gosh. We get blamed for everything. Lifestyle, genetics, where we were born, what moon sign our sun is in. We get diagnosed for things like, did we eat bacon? Did we even have a sip of wine at any point in our lives? Have you even seen a cigarette? We get blamed for everything. And last, disregard for the patient's privacy and dignity. So in my case, some care gaps showed up even before my diagnosis did. I had to be at the hospital at 6 in the morning, an hour before my son's bus was to arrive to get my diagnostic colonoscopy. This, for a single working mom, is a nightmare. My friends were like me. They were also divorced, parenting, and they too had kids to get on school buses. This seemed like an impossible thing to solve until I remembered I'm good at this. I'm a scrappy solo mom. I am really practical. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get an Uber to take me to the hospital, and then my friend is going to pick me up after she puts her kid on the bus. I thought this was a great idea. I was very proud of myself. The nurses did not agree. Turns out I had broken the number 1 medical rule that is unspoken. If you are alone, you cannot be sick. But I was alone. I mean, not alone in the world, but for what the medical system assumed I had, I was very much alone. And after my diagnosis, as I got into the medical system, there were so many reminders of this. Every intake piece of paperwork wanted 1 to 3 emergency contacts. My surgical discharge instructions assumed that I had someone to hear my HIPAA-protected information, take me home, and then care for me in the aftermath. I mean, recovery. As I saw what I was up against, the truth is, I did think that maybe I didn't have what I needed to treat it. And I considered not. And then my friend found that there is this online patient support group for colorectal cancer patients and their caregivers called, y'all aren't ready, it's called Colon Town. I hated every syllable of it. Worse, inside of Colon Town, there are all these little neighborhoods, they call them, for diagnosis and staging. They put me in Rectalburg. I'm supposed to find my answers to this really complicated situation in Rectalburg? And then I did. I found not 1, but thousands of stories just like mine. I saw me represented in women and women that were under 50 and caregiving. I saw patterns emerge, especially in the early onset women. For us, cancer wasn't just a medical trauma. Nope. For us, it was also a social one. What I had socially was so bad that I told my nurse navigator, Julie, a pack of wild elephants could do a better job at taking care of me than what I had. Turns out, I was right. African elephants are extraordinary caregivers. They move long distances in these intergenerational packs. The babies and the injured and the elderly, they go in the center. And then the aunties form a big ring around them, sharing protection and caregiving responsibilities. That's brilliant. And as I studied these elephants, they reminded me and taught me 3 things that I'd like to share with you today. Number 1, suffering is a part of life. We will all experience pain and heartbreak. We will all experience illness. And if we're lucky, we will age and one day die. When we forget this, we lose a part of our humanity and our dignity. Number 2, there is no shame at being at the center of the circle. Illness is not a moral failure, and yet we humans forget this. In the face of illness, especially cancer, we panic, we flee, we moralize, and we judge. And that, from someone in the club, happens all the time. And it's so painful and so human and not helpful. And last, our place in the circle will change. More on that in a second. Okay, while I was studying the elephants, I found someone who's in the club, but in the breast cancer one. Her name is Susan Silk. She's a breast cancer patient and also a clinical psychologist, and she knew what we knew. People around cancer patients do and say really weird things. Her work talked about it and gave us helpers a framework for when we want to help but don't want to make it weird and definitely don't want to harm. It's called ring theory. Oh. She and her research partner, Barry Goldman, have given us something that I find is really helpful, so I'm going to introduce it to you today. So here is ring theory. Super simple. It's a series of concentric circles. So in my case, I would be at the center, okay? So here's what we need to know as people who care for others. When you have someone in a crisis, any kind of crisis, especially something like cancer, you put them in the center. And then you take a little snapshot of the social ecosystem, theirs, of the moment. Now, not 30 years ago, not 5 years ago, but the one in the moment, because we know these things change. So in my case, in my social ecosystem, my 7-year-old would be in the ring, because he would be the next most affected. Okay, here are the simple instructions, super simple. Locate yourself in the ecosystem and then comfort in towards the person at the center from your ring. Now, here's what we don't want to do. We don't want to jump all the way over 30 people to get to the person at the center. Remember those vigilante helpers? They are Olympic jumpers. Also, remembering that when we're in a crisis, no one is at their best. No one, especially not the one in the center. So we want to take comments, critiques, unhelpful remarks, and cures involving lemons out. Out. Dump them at least one circle out. You don't have to keep it to yourself, but just get it away from the person at the center. So, this is ring theory. And I had the opportunity to take this to the big leagues when my mom had a heart event in 2023. But before I tell you that story, I need to do a little temperature check with you. Some of you may have checked out of this conversation. You may think, oh, that's a single mom, or oh, colorectal cancer, I've never had bacon. That's not proven. Oh, you're like, this is not about me, this care talk, she's a woman, this is women's work. Well, you'd be in good company. But that way of thinking has led us to a crisis. If we think of care as women's work, then it leaves women exhausted and under-resourced. And I happen to know there's a loneliness epidemic with men. It removes their ability to flex their skills as great caregivers. So here's my big idea. If we think of care as an art and a skill, then we all know that there are people who have God-given talents, just like in art, for caregiving, no matter their gender. If we think of it as a skill, then for the rest of us, we can practice and get better. And that's why I find ring theory so helpful. Okay, let me tell you about my mom. In 2023, as the story goes, my sweet dad in his mid-70s found my mom in the sunroom, slumped over in a chair, unresponsive, not breathing, making those end-of-life gurgling noises. My dad got my mom out of the chair and onto the ground, and he gave her CPR and chest compressions for 10 minutes until the ambulance arrived. When I got the call, they were at the hospital and she was intubated. We did not know how this was going to go. So, eldest daughter sprang into action, threw my kid and my dog in the car, and I drove 10 hours back to them. I was inconsolable. And then I remembered, I know what to do. I'm going to apply ring theory. And I needed to remember the elephants. So what I'm about to say makes family dynamics seem like a breeze in a crisis. That's not it. This is why I needed ring theory, to make sure that I did not harm my family in the desire to help my mother. All right, so here's the situation with ring theory. Mom at the center, and then my family, so my dad at the next circle. And then I have a little brother. He lives in the same town and works and goes to church with my parents. He would be in the next, and then me. Okay, here's the confession. As the eldest daughter, I fight really hard not to jump rings because I've got research, I've called people, I know things. This is my way of helping. But had I enforced what I wanted on my family, I would have caused harm. So I stayed in my ring. I comforted in by asking Aaron what he needed and did exactly that. I asked my dad what he needed, and I did exactly that. Caring for them was caring for my mother. She survived. Yep, she's okay. She's watching this. Yep. This choreography of care did not save her life, but it did preserve our relationships in a very scary time. And I think healed a little bit that was left over from my own cancer experience. Okay, so what do we do with this, right? You have an opportunity every day to practice your skills. It doesn't have to be a late-stage cancer diagnosis or a widowmaker heart event. It could be that your partner's had a really bad day, or maybe your friend has lost their job. You know what to do, right? Remember, locate yourself in the ecosystem of the moment, then comfort in towards and dump out. And even if, like me, you really want to take that late night shift, don't force it. Go home, eat some gluten-free Oreo cookies, and call your friend Melanie to complain. Because that is how we preserve a person's dignity, and we preserve the relationships of the time. And so, okay, when you're practicing, last thing, if you step on a toe or bruise a shin, please know that's normal. When we're learning new steps, new choreography, we're gonna make these mistakes. Just remember, elephants don't ghost. We need us all to make a place that has caregiving, person-centered, as a way of life. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we give it up for our amazing presenters again? So this wraps up session 1, and it was amazing. Cities, belonging, passion, and care. 4 ideas that at their core are all really about the same thing, showing up fully for each other. So in a minute, we're going to have a networking session outside in that main area out there, or it may be in the pre-funct up there. But for 5 to 10 minutes, I want you all to take a second, look around, see the people who you're surrounded by, and network a little bit. That's the whole point of events like this, is to see what other people have to share. And in 5 to 10 minutes, I will come back up here and let you know what we're going to do whenever we go outside. So take this time to get to meet the people around you. good. Thank you. Oh. Okay, everybody, we are ready to go. So the Columbia Opportunity Research Team will be outside. After leaving these doors, you will go to the right, and then right as you get to that main entrance, you'll take a left, and they'll be there. Okay, and we'll meet you back here at 12:15. There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So, before our last speaker spoke, there was supposed to be an intro video, but we were having a little bit of technical difficulties that didn't allow us. So what we're going to do is we're going to play that video right now, and then afterwards we'll have a few words from our production team.
Hi, my name is Shannon Ivey. I'm the founder and chief story officer for Gather SC. My passion is grassroots research and how people can empower themselves by using the library and other references to help them when they're in a crisis. Columbia is my second home. Since 2015, Columbia is where I have raised a child, I've started a business, and where I survived late-stage cancer. We need to take another look at how we care for each other in moments of crisis. Now, I survived late-stage 3 cancer, but just barely. Most of my relationships did not, which is why I'm the right person to bring this message to TEDxCongaree Vista.
Thank you so much for coming back. We're super excited to start with session 2. Just a couple minutes, we wanted to talk a little bit about the amount of work and how hard it is to be a speaker for this event. Like I mentioned, it's 10 months of training and everything that's gotten into this. So first of all, there's a ton of people involved. I want to first thank our curation directors, curation volunteers, mentorship directors, and our cheerleaders, or speaker cheerleaders. If you're in the room, if you could just stand up for us. So we've relied on them every step of the way to really bring another perspective and professional insight to developing these talks. So Darshan's going to talk a little bit about just how hard it is to be a speaker on the stage, and Vaishali is going to talk about the amount of work that it took to get here to this day.
So we opened the speaker applications last year over the summer, and then we received over 260 applications from 6 different countries, 41 states, and here we are with our final 16 speakers today. So please, let's start off with a huge round of applause for our speakers. And then out of those 260 applications, we ended up choosing 45 speakers, potential speakers for interviews. And we have our amazing curation team and our people that just stood up who spent countless hours of time interviewing all 45 of them. So I would like to give a shout out to Owen Coulomb, who's currently in Spain for his study abroad, and then Vaishali Alibada. And then I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to Vaishali to...
Hello, everyone. Hello? Okay. Hi, guys. I'm Vaishali. I started as an associate curation director at TEDxCongaree Vista, and the whole mentorship process is what I'm going to talk about today. Our speakers, like we talked about, we had amazing stats. So many people show up for this event, and picking the final 16 was an arduous battle. We went through so many sessions, but with our first interview panel, we were able to narrow it down to our 16. It included linguists, doctors, professors, people with so much knowledge that helped us guide through this process. After we had our top 16, we have organized over 10 mentorship sessions. We did virtual, in-person, at different locations around Columbia to make use of this vibrant community and also provide them like a community that goes forward after this event is over. We did draft writings, little speaker sessions where they presented. We had feedback sessions, and everything tonight makes this event amazingly special. So thank you, and huge shout out to everyone that helped us be here, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of this evening.
So 2 of our partners who actually let us use their space for speaker mentorship are here. we'd like to recognize Boyd Innovation Center as well as VentureX. And then I'd also like to thank our amazing production team. We have Cinematic Technologies as well as Ambient Medias. And then we're also using Synergy Mills production equipment. So thanks to Joey Lohman from Greenville. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to start session 2, everybody? Okay. Session 2 is challenging the status quo. This session explores the systems that support us during life's most vulnerable moments, from aging and birth to the homes we live in and the healthcare that we receive. It asks an important question of all of us. When people need support the most, are our systems truly built to care for them? We would like to thank for sponsoring this session LFTD Marketing Management, led by Shaka Weber. Shaka filmed this entire journey from last fall to today and personally produced all the 16 speaker intros that you're seeing. We are incredibly grateful for their creativity and support. The 4 speakers that will be speaking during this session are Andrew Nye, Kimberly Smith, Fabio Mata, and Dr. Melissa Boylan.
Hi, my name is Andrew Nye. I'm the founder and CEO of Catalyst Health, and we are a software company that brings AI-powered intelligence to every admissions team member of skilled nursing facilities. I've always been passionate about the intersection of technology and healthcare, specifically how it can help seniors get better care as they age and progress through the continuum of care. Columbia is important to me because I started Catalyst Health when I was still a student at the University of South Carolina, and our first 2 facilities that we worked with are in Columbia. In my free time, I love going on runs and working out. I'm actually training for a half marathon right now. And I recently been watching a show on Netflix called Blacklist. The main character, Raymond Reddington, has great character development throughout the show and has a lot of twists and turns, which keeps me on my toes. When I'm working hand in hand with the clinical staff, you hear stories about how they can't give the best care possible because of how short-staffed these facilities are. And there's just a large crisis in terms of there not being enough nurses to give the best care possible. And that's why I built Catalyst and why I'm bringing this to the audience so they can learn more about just how bad the staffing crisis is in long-term care facilities.
All right, everybody, please give Andrew Nye a warm welcome.
If you've ever been to a nursing home in the past year, maybe you were visiting a parent or grandparent who lives in one, maybe you were just dropping off food for a friend that works at one, or volunteering on a weekend. You also saw nurses, physical therapists, physicians, and other roles throughout that nursing home operating with patients, giving care. And if you went back to that same facility just 9 months later, odds are all of those familiar faces will have already left the long-term care industry for good. That's how bad the staffing crisis has gotten in long-term care. It's gotten so bad, in fact, that nearly half of the nursing homes in this country have had to turn away patients in the last year just due to not having enough people to take care of all of the patients. And if you talk to the staff that work at these facilities, you'll come to understand just how stretched thin they are and just how hard the job is of taking care of some of the healthcare ecosystem's most vulnerable patients. They're having to routinely stay up past midnight to make sure all of the care given in the past 24 hours was properly documented and logged in the right places. They're having to read these 200, 300, sometimes 400-page long PDF packets just to pull out the 2 sentences that actually matter on page 167. And they're having to also deal with the dreaded surprise visits from the state surveyors, where every little clinical judgment call they make is brought under a microscope and they're asked, why did you do this? Why did you do this? When all they were trying to do was help the patients that they serve. And I wish I could say it was a problem that has a light at the end of the tunnel and a problem that's going to get better, but the truth is it's not. It's only going to compound and get worse. Every year that goes by, America's population gets incrementally older and older, and the number of people that will need long-term care of some kind over the next 25 years is going to double. The silver tsunami, as people like to call it, is on the horizon, and the providers today are already drowning just trying to keep up with the needs of the current patient population. Now, caregivers will continue to show up and continue to give care, But now it's time for the rest of the policymakers and vendors alike to meet these operators where they are at, to clear any roadblocks in the way of hiring and equip staff with the tools necessary to give care that will scale through this historic period of high growth in the number of patients that need this care. Now, to understand why policy can play such an important role here, you have to understand how these facilities take in money and get funded. The primary mechanism for this is Medicaid state-level reimbursements. And the way that Medicaid reimburses labor specifically is it's on a lag period. So a nursing home throughout the course of the year will look across all the different roles that they staffed, how many CNAs worked how many hours, how many floor lead nurses worked how many hours, what the wages were. They'll aggregate this, send it off to Medicaid, and then wait for 2 years as Medicaid digs through this data, make sure it all checks out, make sure it all makes sense and ties together, and everything's taken care of. Then after those 2 years are up, Medicaid will issue the reimbursement dollars back to the facility. In that 2-year lag, you may say, it makes sense. Governments kind of don't move fast how they are, and there's hundreds of facilities in each state, and so it takes time to dig through this data and analyze this data. But you have to put yourself in the shoes of a nursing home operator who's trying to make hiring decisions today, but the only money they have are equivalent to the costs that they spent 2 years ago. If there's any level of inflation, this eats away at their ability and funds they have to make these hiring decisions. And in a broader economy where there's this intense wage competition from not just the rest of healthcare, but other areas outside of healthcare, this 2-year gap causes these facilities to be so financially strained that they can't offer the wages that they want to offer to potential nurses to work in the facilities. And these workers naturally leave long-term care and go work in hospitals or even just outside of healthcare as a whole. Now, some states have tried to tackle this problem and specifically this wage lag issue head on. Some have been successful, some have not, but one state that was incredibly successful in combating this issue was Illinois. Back in 2022, they implemented what's called the Strive Target Staffing Ratio. And what that Strive Target Staffing Ratio did is it took into account a handful of different staffing-related metrics. So how many CNAs worked how many hours, how many RNs worked how many hours, what the wages were, what the acuity of the patients were in the building, what actual care did those patients need, and distilled all of that down into just to a one singular Strive Target Staffing Ratio. And if a facility hit this staffing ratio in any given quarter, they would get an additional reimbursement add-on incentive in the quarter that they hit the ratio. So it makes sense, you staff more today, you get paid more today, and instead of having to wait 2 years to receive the money, the cash outlays match the cash inflows. So nursing home operators were actually able to go and hire and make the job offers that they wanted to make to the nurses that they wanted to have. When this program first rolled out in Illinois, 150 of the state's 750 facilities did not meet the staffing target ratio. These were facilities that were struggling to find nurses, to recruit nurses, to keep nurses on their staff. And just 18 months after this staffing ratio was implemented, the number of facilities that did not meet this went from 150 down to 50. That's a 2/3 reduction in the number of understaffed facilities in a singular state. And what's critical to also understand here is that the majority of facilities that are struggling the hardest are rural facilities that are the only option for long-term care in any given geographical area. So if these rural facilities don't have the money to hire the staff needed to take care of patients, those patients have nowhere else to go, and they stay at home and don't receive the care that's needed. Now, even if policies like this Strive Target Ratio are rolled out at the federal level across all 50 states simultaneously, and it's implemented perfectly and goes smoothly, it's only a short-term solution. As the patient population grows and doubles over the next 25 years, there's still a fundamental math issue at play. We just don't have enough people across the entire workforce, much less healthcare, to take care of all of the patients that are going to be entering into these buildings. Which brings us to the second lever that has to be emphasized, and that's getting more out of the existing staff you already have in your building. And the only way to do this is through better technology. Now, the long-term care industry and nursing homes have seen no shortage of vendors come through the doors, pitch the moon on what their products can do in terms of driving better care and driving greater efficiencies across the staff. And often these pitches are completely different to what the actual softwares can do in reality, and they'll fall way short of what was promised during the sales pitch. And when you talk to the end users of these products, the stories you hear often are pretty similar. Fancy people in suits sitting around a board meeting who've never written a line of code in their life and never been to a nursing home and sat next to a nurse, design software on a slide deck. They send that software off to an outsourced development team of engineers who've never been next to a nurse and see where the frictions lay. They build their software based off what the constraints are set forth in this slide deck. Those fancy suits then can march their way into these nursing homes and tell the administrators on the moon about how great the software is. The administrator then buys the software, turns around and hands it to a nurse, who now has their 13th portal that they have to log into on a daily basis and check. They have to remember their 13th set of credentials instead of just the 12 that they were having to do before. And at the end of the day, all this is increased workload on the nurses, new things they have to learn, new tasks they have to do, new checks added to the checklist. That's not software that's truly transformational. All that is a burden sold to the nurse that has a subscription fee attached to it. In order to build truly transformational software, you can't do it from a boardroom or from an office space. You have to be engineers have to show up, be on site with these nurses, sit next to them week in and week out, and see where the frictions lay in their workflow, and see where the opportunities are, not to add tasks to a nurse's plate, but to take tasks off of the nurse's plate. No one goes into healthcare, no one becomes a nurse to sit behind a computer and click buttons on a screen, but that's so often what happens nowadays. And building truly transformational software that will work for the nurses, not against them, is what needs to happen. It's softwares that can autonomously monitor every single patient's health 24/7, 365, so that the second a health decline is noticed by the software, it immediately notifies the right nurse, so they can intervene in seconds as opposed to hours or days that it will take now. It's softwares that can read those 300-page long PDF packets and never miss those 2 sentences on page 167 that matter, which cause downstream care issues. Now, this software can't be just another market opportunity for those suits to look at and seize. It truly has to be a mission, because the people at the other end of these softwares that are going to be using it are taking care of someone's mother, someone's father, someone's spouse. At the beginning of my talk, I asked if you'd ever been in a nursing home and seen a nurse working with a patient, or seen a physical therapist helping patients with their functional abilities. And the truth is, in 9 months, those people you saw probably won't be in those nursing homes anymore and probably won't be in the long-term care industry. And it's not because they stopped caring for patients. It's because policymakers and technologists did not make it possible for them to stay. The reimbursement structures and systems have been tested out and already proven. The technologies are already deployed and are showing great rewards. And the urgency has never been higher, because this silver tsunami is just at the beginning and is going to come through and have patient demand we've never seen before come through the industry. And it's not a matter whether these caregivers will show up, but the rest of the ecosystem has to embrace these changes and strive for good, or else these caregivers are going to drown in it. Thank you so much.
Smith, founder and CEO of Health Evolve Technologies. I'm really passionate about improving the health and outcomes of women and families. I think that every human being deserves a chance to have a healthy, long life, and all the work that I've done all these years is centered around just that. Columbia is important to me because this is where I'm raising my family. I have 3 sons and a husband, and this is home for us. So it's important that the community that we live in is healthy, is thriving, because this is where our future began as a family unit. I do tend to have a lot of hats. I work a lot, I volunteer a lot, but in my true free time, I love to bake. I love to be in the kitchen with my sons, baking desserts and preparing big dinners to host family. You know, I've spent the past 18 years leading in hospitals and medical groups, and I've seen a lot in terms of what it's necessary to improve the health outcomes of communities, especially when we think about maternal health outcomes. And that's why I'm so excited to bring my big idea to the stage.
All right, can everybody give a warm welcome to Kimberly Smith?
Women today are 50% more likely to die from pregnancy than their mothers. And for every woman who dies, there are tens of thousands more who survive with severe maternal morbidity. The U.S. is one of the wealthiest nations in the world, yet we genuinely struggle with these challenges. For instance, in South Carolina, we've received an F for the past 5 consecutive years on our March of Dimes report. And Black women like me are still 3 to 4 more times likely to die from pregnancy, regardless of income, or education. For many of you listening, this is not the first time you've heard the story of the U.S. maternal health crisis. And perhaps the stories you've heard in the past have led to a specific policy change recommendation or recommended change in our clinical model. And while those things are needed conversations, I want to offer a different lens today, an alternate seat in which to understand that the very solutions we're seeking after just may be laid out right in front of us. For years, birth outcomes were mere statistics to me. I was educated, informed, resourced. I believed, like so many of us do, that if you plan enough, prepare enough, achieve enough, well, you're safe. And I had no reason to believe that I would have a personal connection to those outcomes. And then I did. Now, before I share my hospital room story with you, I want to introduce you to a little girl on a porch. This is me in Greenville, North Carolina with my family. You can't tell from the picture, but I had on one flip-flop, my hair was wild, and I knew nothing of maternal morbidity statistics at the time. But I was raised in community. Neighbors, they showed up. Elders knew my name. We took bus rides to Vacation Bible School. We played hopscotch in the street. And I learned to make those scratch-made meals with my grandmother in her kitchen. When someone had a baby, well, family was there. We didn't use phrases like protective factors or social determinants of health. But what we had was a web. And webs catch people. Like a crochet needle weaving a quilt, webs are ecosystems that produce a protective barrier. They hold tightly the very health-promoting resources that combat against chronic disease. Think food, housing, transportation, income. And somewhere along our journey of excellence in healthcare, we exchange the webs for the walls. You know, as I take you on this journey from my front porch to my hospital room, I must first say that birth was never meant to be done alone. And the little girl on the porch, she knew that. And as I got older, I came to esteem modern medicine, and I still do. I built my entire career alongside extraordinary clinicians, knowing that it takes skill, precision, and trust. And when I delivered my daughter, Lauren Kelly, 14 years ago this week, the professionals in that room did everything they could. So the story I want to share is not a story of failure. It's a story of what medicine was never designed to do alone. So my journey to motherhood was a bit unexpected. My husband and I were believing for a child for over a year, and eventually we got pregnant. Joy filled the homes of our loved ones when we shared the news. We even had a gender reveal party and learned we were having a girl. We decided to name her Lauren Kelly. But unfortunately, life can send you curveballs. And we were leaving rural South Carolina one evening after visiting family. And as we pulled up into the driveway, I experienced the most unbelievable pain in the upper right side of my belly. 5.5 months pregnant, body bent. I couldn't walk into our home without the help of my husband. The pain intensified, and I called the physician on call, and the only phrase I could use to describe what was happening was, "My stomach hurts." And her response was, "Well, that could be anything. You can come into the emergency room now, or wait for your appointment in the morning." I knew if I had waited, something bad was going to happen. So my husband rushed us back to the car, rushed us to the emergency room, and that first ultrasound had a faint heartbeat for Lauren. And by the second, the same physician who said that could be anything had to tell me with tears in her eyes that Lauren was gone. She had died inside of me, and they needed to save me now. It turned out something worse would have happened if I had stayed home. By the time I reached the emergency room, my blood pressure was already 200 over 100. I could have had a stroke and died at the age of 29. The data would call me a near miss. I call it the day that I joined the ranks of those tens of thousands of birthing women each year in this country whose births leave short and long-term consequences behind. So after we lost Lauren, the hospital discharged me. But community never did. They brought the meals, they sat in silence at my feet. They still remember her name. And when I was ready to carry life again 3 times over, they steadied me. Healthy births are not mere medical events. They are community outcomes. In fact, there's a researcher from the University of South Carolina, Dr. Hong, who recently shared that 47% of rural birthing women in South Carolina bypassed their local hospitals and delivered in an urban hospital setting. And what's fascinating about this data is that of all those women that bypassed their local hospitals and delivered in this urban hospital setting, all of them were more likely to experience severe maternal morbidity than the rural women who delivered in their local hospitals. Now, as a data geek, we can have a rich conversation about why did they need to leave, both clinically and by preference, into this urban setting. But what I want you to understand is that they left their front porches, seeking after a piece of the web that seemed to be missing, only to experience the long-term consequences of severe maternal morbidity. So I challenge us and ask, are we satisfied with the current state of affairs? Or are we willing to work differently? We know today that 80% of differences in health outcomes are driven by non-medical factors. Where you live, are you supported? Is someone around to see that something isn't right? And do you have what you need to improve your health? So reclaiming America's birth story requires that we look far beyond the walls of our health institutions and to the very walls within the homes where birthing women live, to the sidewalks where their kids are playing hopscotch, and to the safe spaces where their communities convene. You know, a few years ago, after leaving my healthcare executive role, I wanted to solve this problem on a deeper level. And I believe that technology could help us shift the needle in the right direction. So today I spend my days traveling rural South Carolina and other markets, delivering innovation to the doorsteps of these safe spaces for birthing women. And we have a simple goal as a team. We want to hand over technology to help people optimize their health, while also creating connectivity between community, systems, and houses where they rarely exist. So who told us? Who told us that innovation is married to big enterprises? I'm here to tell you that it belongs in community. And our team has developed somewhat of a new social contract in a way, not one that's come without its challenges, but our collective commitment to birthing women requires that we invest in their health as close to their safe spaces and front porches as possible. Community isn't a safe add-on to care. It's a life-saving intervention. And when I think about it, systems are bones. Community is the connective tissue. Bones without tissue can't move, can't hold, can't function. And too often we've thought of technology as the opposite of community. Screens instead of porches, apps instead of neighbors. But maybe we've been thinking about it wrong. Maybe the disconnection isn't between the screens and the porches, but the disconnection we're having in the design. Perhaps technology can extend and even fortify that connective tissue, blending the webs of our communities through the very walls of our health institutions. Maybe it can connect a mother to everyone who's concerned about her, from her obstetrician to the neighborhood nurse next door. And maybe it can connect her to help at 2 a.m. when the house is still. Too often when we think about saving moms and babies, we talk about the access, the infrastructure, and the protocols. And all those things are needed. But equitable change is rarely the result of a single intervention. It is the result of connection. And in my hospital room, physicians, they intervened in a moment of crisis. But outside of those walls, community prevented the next one. And my web is wide and long, consisting of an obstetrician, gynecologist, a cardiologist, a therapist, pastors, my family friends, all with my faith at the core. So the future of maternal health isn't choosing between our health institutions or community, but building a care model where they never have to stand apart. If we are willing to work differently, not only will we improve the health outcomes of women in this country, but we will reclaim America's birth story, because lives are saved in relationship. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Fabio Matta. I'm a civil engineer and I'm a professor here at USC. I teach courses in construction materials and structures, and together with my team, we do research looking for solutions for modern infrastructure that is durable and hazard resistant. I'm passionate about helping students understand how construction materials and structures work so that they can understand how they can benefit society through what they learn. My idea worth sharing is showing how science and engineering, not fancy or expensive materials, can turn a mundane material, such as dirt, into a material that is still low cost, green, but also exceptionally resistant. I like Columbia because this is where I do what I love, and this is where I pass what I learned onto literally hundreds of students. In my free time, I like to cook, even though I'm much better at eating, play racquetball, and I travel like there's no tomorrow for whatever reasons, concerts, museums, arts of all sorts, and eating too. And it's some of the work we do here with our undergraduate and graduate research assistants that I bring to this stage.
Fabio Matta, everybody.
Home. That's where we spend some of the most important moments of our lives, with the most important people in our lives. So, what do we look for in a home? We'd like it to be comfortable, perhaps pretty, like some of the red brick houses that line our Vista's neighborhoods. We'd like it to be affordable, energy efficient. How about safe? Well, here, as in other parts of the country, safe also means resisting extreme events, such as tornadoes and hurricanes, with winds of 150 miles an hour or more. As a matter of fact, we experienced a tornado warning here in downtown Columbia just a couple of days ago. And also earthquakes. In fact, South Carolina sits in the most seismically hazardous area on the East Coast. Now, why do I care about this? I'm a civil engineer and a college professor. I spend much of my time teaching and doing research on construction materials and their structural applications. This passion started quite early because of this. A gorgeous 16th century Palladian bridge made of bricks and stone. It connects two sides of my hometown in Italy, which would be separate otherwise. For me, home and friends on one side, school and sports on the other side. But this passion really took off the first time I laid eyes on a research laboratory, like this one. As I was planning for a year as a visiting undergraduate student in the US, I saw a website with just a few but powerful pictures. And I marveled at the fact that there are some people who actually test their ideas in real scale experiments. And that also put a smile on my face because that was a path to carry on the Lego mania that I've had for as long as I can remember. Now, fast forward a few years, and it's here in our civil engineering research labs, where together with students and collaborators, we investigate how to make our infrastructure stronger and more durable. We literally break things in the lab so they don't break out there where it counts. Sometimes we use fancier materials. Such as the reinforcing bars that are hidden inside the new concrete seawall along Charleston's beautiful low battery. They aren't made of conventional steel, which might rust because of the constant exposure to aggressive salt water. Instead, they're made of very lightweight fiberglass that's not going to corrode. Some other times, we use simpler materials. It's important, it's especially important when affordability matters. A case in point is dirt. That's right. It's locally available, fairly cheap, but some might also view it as kind of subpar. And yet, we can turn it into this brick material, which ticks all the boxes. It's pretty, it's energy efficient, it's even good at regulating indoor humidity. But safe? Hazard resistant? Yes, yes. That's when the change makers in my business come out to play. Science and engineering, they turn the very difficult, sometimes the seemingly impossible, into the very possible. For example, turning a building material that's perceived as subpar into a really cool one that's environmentally friendly, good looking, and exceptionally resistant, even against tornadoes and hurricanes. Now, some of you might be wondering if I'm taking it a little bit too far. You know, engineering professor in his ivory tower with his mind wandering somewhere else other than in the real world. And you wouldn't be entirely wrong, but on this one, hear me out. How do we do it? How do we make this hazard resistant? We start from typical house floor plans, and we use math and physics to figure out how strong the load-bearing walls have to be in different directions, crushing, pulling, and shearing to resist extreme wind pressures. For example, in our case, we calculated we need about 30 tons per square foot in compressive force, which is not too shabby. Then we get to the prototyping. Here we use a little bit of materials engineering, and we make our prototype bricks with a hydraulic press using local soil from Lexington, right here. A little bit of cement, a little bit of water, and different from the red bricks we're familiar with. No furnace, no firing. That way, we also keep it low energy. Next, our students create the prototype masonry by combining earth bricks and earth mortar made with the very same soil. And now comes the time to cross our fingers as we load test our prototype masonry in different directions, compression, tension, shear, to see if it reaches the target strengths we calculated. And in fact, this is when we verify through experiments that the prototype actually works. It can resist extreme pressures from tornado and hurricane winds. So we don't live in an ivory tower, at least most of the times. We can be pretty practical people, but then the researcher side kicks in. Now that it works, how far can we push it? After all, it's fair that we tell ourselves what we tell our students all the time. The sky is the limit. So what's the limit? Well, here, the limit is making our masonry not only green and strong, but so resistant, that it could be used even for safety shelters where people rush to find refuge during a tornado. In fact, that's what we did during the tornado warning just a couple of days ago. We took shelter at the basement of the engineering building. Now, to get there, walls have to be able to resist the impact of flying debris, such as pieces of roof, pieces of walls, studs and whatnot, picked up by the wind and hurled through the air. To get there, walls have to be able to resist the impact of this flying debris. And FEMA, meaning our Federal Emergency Management Agency, requires a missile test, meaning launching a 15-pound, 2x4-inch wood stud at 100 miles an hour against a candidate wall. So what do? We have no choice. We build a cannon to launch 2x4 studs at 100 miles an hour against our prototype masonry. After all, I did say the sky's the limit. But before I get ahead of myself, let's watch together our first attempt in this short video.
3, 2, 1.
Ouch. Ouch. We did take it too far. The stud goes straight to the wall like it's not even there. So we learned that our prototype is good enough for extreme wind pressures, but not for safety shelters. On this, we failed. We had to do better if we wanted to make our masonry good, also for impact, also for potential use in safety shelters. Now, to take on this challenge, we step up our science and engineering game and to our math and physics and materials engineering and structural analysis and physical testing, we add another tool called fracture mechanics. In practice, we fix, some of us may say we re-engineer our masonry by introducing some reinforcement with the purpose of holding the cracks together, enough to stop the impacting stud. And just in case any of you were wondering, yes, there is a wall that's standing on its own after cracking, after failure, because the reinforcement is holding it together. What's reinforcement, though? Remember, this is about science and engineering, no fancy stuff. So we cut strips from recycled plastic sheets using, and this is a brilliant idea by a great student, a pasta machine. Right shape and size, tagliolini for the records. This plastic comes, for example, from bottles. And it's non-biodegradable, so it's a problem if it piles up in a landfill. However, in my business, non-biodegradable can also mean durable, which is what we want in a home. So here we are. If there was a time to keep our fingers really crossed, and believe me, we did, that was it. Let's see how it went in this other video.
3, 2, 1.
Second time's a charm. And the stud is stopped by a wall that's just 7-inch thick, thinner than we would normally use for a load-bearing wall. All thanks to local dirt, reinforced with recycled plastic, cut with a pasta machine. This is how much difference science and engineering can make. When my son Andrea was 5, he asked me a couple of questions out of the blue. He said, why are we here? What are we doing here? Here meaning in this world. They caught me by surprise and stuck with me ever since. I didn't have a straight answer, so I told him I had to think about it. And when I got back to him the next day, the answer simply boiled down to, we're here to do something good. It doesn't matter how small. So for myself, as well as many friends and colleagues around the world, this is what inspires our students, from high school interns to doctoral candidates, as they branch out and keep making the difficult, sometimes perhaps the seemingly impossible, happen by studying, understanding, trying harder, succeeding, sometimes failing, but along the way, always learning, and along this way, bettering their lives and the lives of those around them. In other words, using science and engineering to make a difference and do something good. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Melissa Boylan, and I'm a family physician here in Columbia, and I'm the owner of Noretta Family Medicine. And I'm passionate about primary care and creating trusting relationships between patients and doctors. In my free time, I like to go out and discover new things, try new recipes, new restaurants, and check out what South Carolina has to offer. Over my career, I've heard lots of frustration about the primary care system, and that's why I'm the one to bring this to the stage.
Okay, the bass note made me feel like it was going to keep going. Okay, can everybody help me in welcoming Dr. Melissa Boylan?
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I was on my way here today and I realized I was running out of gas. So I found a gas station, but as I was pulling in, I had to call my car insurance company and wait for them to give me an authorization to fill up at this gas station. They wanted to know why I wasn't going to my usual gas station. They even made me take a picture of my dashboard to prove my tank was on empty, as if I was gonna lie about this. And then, even though I told them I was running late, they put me on hold for 20 minutes. Does this story sound ridiculous to you? Good, because it is. And yet, this is exactly how we handle healthcare. Somehow, we've just accepted the complex and maddening rules created by people who aren't in the exam room. Shouldn't patients and doctors be the ones deciding what's best? I've been a family physician here in Columbia for 15 years, and 6 years ago, I opened my own practice using a completely different model of care called direct primary care. Thank you. You may be more familiar with the other, better known option called insurance-based primary care. But how do you feel when you go to an insurance-based primary care office? See if this rings a bell. Your first 10 minutes are spent circling the hospital parking lot, trying to find a parking space. You hurry into the office and make it there just a few minutes late, which the office staff lets you know about. After signing in, you have a seat in the waiting room full of coughing strangers. Your first hour ends with you waiting. The second hour begins with getting called back by the nurse you've known for 5 years who still asks for your name and date of birth. After taking your vitals, you wait again. This time, 30 minutes spent remembering how many different doctors have left this practice that you've known in the past 5 years. 3? Maybe 4? The doctor hurries in and apologizes, and 7 minutes later, your visit is over, even though you realize you still have questions. You walk down the hall and find you're the third person in line to get your labs drawn. And now 2 hours after arriving, you're now leaving, feeling frustrated. So I'd like for you to imagine that you have diabetes and heart disease. You had a good job and had health insurance whenever you had your heart attack, but you've since lost that job and lost your insurance with it. You get a new job, but that job doesn't come with the offer of health insurance. And you're left with 2 options. 1, you can buy health insurance that you can't afford. Or 2, hope your heart holds out and go without care. Now I'd like for you to imagine that you're in the hospital. You have health insurance, but on the day you're being let go, the doctor comes in and says, I need you to follow up with your primary care doctor within 3 days. But you don't have a primary care doctor. So from your hospital bed, you frantically call around, but the soonest appointment you can find is 3 months out. You call another office, and they say, we could get you in next week, but I'm sorry, we're not in network. And I'd like for you to imagine that you're 100 years old. Congratulations. Over time, your body has started to wear out. And now, the only way you're able to get to the doctor's office is by way of an ambulance, which you've done every 3 to 6 months, until you get a skin ulcer. Now you need to go every week, but the whole process is exhausting for both you and your caregivers, because just getting dressed at the age of 100 is a chore. We call this healthcare? It's true, isn't it? We talk about the bad experiences we have when we go out to dinner with friends. I did too, as the doctor. I was only 7 years into my career as a family physician, and I really wanted to help my patients. But the insurance, deductibles, premiums, copays, networks, reimbursements, billing codes, and charting rules were pushing me further and further away from my patients. I kept thinking to myself, there has to be a better way of doing this. And that's when I came across direct primary care. Direct primary care removes the red tape of healthcare, put in place by middlemen not in the exam room. How? Direct primary care offices don't take insurance. They don't take insurance. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Well, how much is that going to cost? On average, a $70 to $120 monthly subscription fee, similar to Hulu, gains you access at a direct primary care office. Why can direct primary care offices do this? Because primary care itself really isn't that expensive. Insurance companies just make it look that way. Remember my gas station example? You don't need car insurance to fill up your gas tank. You just fill it up and move on. Primary care can work the same way. Now, let's take a look at a typical office visit at a direct primary care office and compare it to that insurance-based example from earlier. First, you easily park, and when you walk into the waiting room, you don't even sit down because the doctor is actually waiting for you. You spend the next 45 minutes talking about diet, exercise, sleep, your home blood pressure readings, your medicines, and you slip in an update about your son's baseball team. The next 15 minutes are spent getting your labs drawn, and you find out your medicine can be refilled right there in the office. Therefore, it's been an hour and you've seen the doctor, gotten your labs drawn, you now have your medicine refills in your hand, and you have something that's rare in modern medicine. You feel cared for. Now, I would like to come back to our patients. We'll start with our patient with diabetes and heart disease. I have good news for you. Your current lack of health insurance doesn't matter. You can be seen at a direct primary care office. In fact, that set, affordable monthly fee allows you to better budget for your healthcare needs during times when money is tight, say when you're between jobs. You also find out that a cholesterol panel costs $2.50. and a 3-month supply of your medicine that can be dispensed right there in the office, $6. So you've now paid for your labs and your medicines for $8.50. And folks, we've just come across the biggest secret in healthcare. Paying cash for your medical expenses without using insurance lowers prices. So I'll come back to you, our patient who's in the hospital. Your next phone call just happens to be to a direct primary care office, and the doctor answers the phone. You find out you can be seen the very next day. And a few days after that, the doctor personally shoots you a text message, privacy protected, of course, to check on you. No extra charge. And let's come back to you, our 100-year-old patient. Your direct primary care doctor starts to come out to your house to see you. You tell the doctor this feels like a full circle moment to you, as you remember when the doctor used to come out to your house as a kid. And you wonder why that ever changed. Now, you may be wondering if these patient scenarios are realistic. Well, these aren't just stories. These are real patient stories. These are my real patient stories. Each of these patients knows that I'm sharing their story today. You know, there's something else that direct primary care offers. Meet Miss Betty. Miss Betty invited me to her 90th birthday party. It was the very first time in my career I had been invited to a family event. We had a nice time, and her son still marvels at the fact that his mom remembered me well beyond when she stopped remembering most other people. So, direct primary care is affordable, accessible, convenient, and personal. Now, I'm not anti-insurance. 80% of my patients still have insurance, and I think it has a rightful place in healthcare. But when more expensive care is needed, not filling up your gas tank, but a car accident. For other doctors out there, this is a rallying cry. Join the movement that's restoring trust in healthcare one patient visit at a time. For business owners who want to offer a health benefit for your employees, but you can't afford a full health insurance plan, direct primary care may be an option for you. And for all of you, you have a choice. You too can receive primary care that's affordable, accessible, convenient, and allows you to create a trusted connection with your doctor. This is direct primary care. Thank you.
All right, let's keep the applause going for our amazing presenters of session 2. Okay, so this is the conclusion of session 2. We heard about nursing homes, birth, home, and healthcare, all of which, again, are separate doors into the same room. The systems that carry us when we are most vulnerable. It's now time for lunch. The Boyd Innovation Center is outside in that main area with the networking event, and we reconvene here at 2:20. Thank you all. See you then.
Hello? Oh, sorry. Hey everyone, sorry for the confusion. We are going to be in here for both the next networking session and the lunch. So please take your seats and I will instruct you on how to get the lunch. So lunch is out now, it is ready. It is set up right outside those doors. So we're going to send you in groups to make sure that this runs as smoothly and efficiently as possible. So we're going to send you by the row. So row number 1 is tables 1 through 8. So if you can see your table number, 1 through 8 is going to go first. You're going to get up, you're going to walk out the door to the right when you're walking out. You're going to get your food to the left. You're going to re-enter through the door to the left. So make a nice little U-shaped motion out, back in, and retake your seats. And then as soon as they're done, I'll send the next row of tables. Thank you. We're gonna wait until.
Hey, that was a lot better.
If you want to leave, you can leave. It's up, there will probably be food left over when they are all done getting, which means if there's some left over, you can get it. But I want them to eat first.
No, yeah. We'll go with you. It's like the meal. You still have it. That's the window.
water?
A whole 15 minutes.
No, you don't want it.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope the food was good. Thank you, Sam and Dana, for that amazing networking session. We know everyone was having food, but y'all did a great job facilitating that event. Fun fact, actually, if y'all see the little boards with the QR codes, y'all can actually tap your phone on those if your phone has NFC. And Shyam and I actually built that on Lovable, one of the tools that they featured. It's a software where event organizers can go and create brochures. So just wanted to plug that in there real quick. But I'd like to go ahead and start with recognizing our ChangeMakers sponsors. Lifted Marketing Management, the Design Studio at University of South Carolina, the Career Center at the University of South Carolina, and Grace Outdoor Advertising. I'd also like to mention Cinematic Technologies. Cinematic Technologies creates cinematic videos that inspire action. Every business has a story worth telling, and in a world of short attention spans, the right video helps people stop, see it, feel it, and turn trust to your brand. You can discover your brand story with a free brand story session with Ethan. Ethan sitting in the back, if you can wave your hand real quick, thank you. At cinematictechnologies.com. He started his video production company at like 11 years old, so he's over 15 years of experience in this field. Thank you so much, Ethan. If y'all attend the Columbia International Festival, Ethan will also be the videographer and production person for that event, so please be sure to say hi. And our next set of sponsors, our platinum sponsors, are Bethea Family Dentistry, Dominion Energy, and our gold sponsors are Minuteman Press, Venture X, and our silver sponsors are Snapply Sites, SC Tamil Sangam, Cyberwoven, Colorectal Cancer Prevention Network, Carolina Screen Printers, Beyond the Box, QC Kinetics.
And then continuing with our bronze sponsors, we have Villa Tronco, Sweetwaters, Metro Reality Group, Realty Group, Palmetto Proactive Healthcare, Breakpoint Cola, and our production sponsors, once again, are Synergy Mill, Ambient Media, Cinematic Technologies, Outsource Scale, Diesel Laptops, and Noretta Family Medicine. Then our premium partners are the Columbia Office of Business Opportunities, ASME, which is the engineering group that put together this incredible TEDx sign, the Boyd Innovation Center, and TEDx Unity Park, which is in Greenville, helped us out a lot, put together this TEDx event. And then our city partners are KC and the City of Columbia. And finally, last group of sponsors, our promotional partners are Cola Daily, which put together the ticketing platform, the core Columbia Opportunities Resource, Columbia Chamber, Columbia Connections, and the South Carolina Humanities. Thank you all once again. We're super excited to present y'all session number 3.
All right. How was lunch, everyone? Was it good? Met the people at your table, talked a little bit. Hopefully you relaxed a little bit and that your brain got a second to take a breath and is going to be snuffed again by all the information in this next session. So, session 3 is called Building Belonging. We're stepping into territory that will feel deeply personal and deeply systematic. We would like to thank this session's sponsor, who is Grace Outdoor Advertising. They're a locally owned, family-run company delivering impactful billboard advertising across the Southeast, helping businesses share bold messages and reach audiences where they travel every day. They're headquartered in Columbia's historic Congaree Vista. They operate traditional and digital billboards across South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia. The 4 speakers that we'll have in this session are Alvin King, Christina Jones, Riz Dinsley, and Mej Abdullah.
My name is Alvin King. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Range for Hope Foundation. Range for Hope uses the game of golf as recreational therapy for the entire military community, as well as our adaptive community members. I'm passionate about the game of golf and what it did for me in my life, how it helped me with some of my silent wounds that I carried from, post-traumatic stress, over 20 years of service in the military. I found a lot of things that I did or didn't do, and the game of golf actually helped me work through that. Columbia is important to me because this is my last duty station. I retired out of Columbia. This is where we raised our family, and this is where our kids went to school, and I'm just excited to give back to a community that I decided to call home. In my free time, I enjoy spending time with the family, with friends, and also listening to music. The game of golf has been such an integral part of my life since I introduced it during my time in service. And beyond service, I had an opportunity to start this foundation and use the game of golf to help other service members and their family. And that's why I'm the one to bring this to the stage.
All right, everybody give it up for Alvin King.
That sound may not mean much to most people, but for me, it meant everything. It was the sound of peace. It was a distinctly different sound from battlefields past. It wasn't an awkward conversation in the therapist's office, but standing there on a fairway surrounded by others who understood what it was like to carry an invisible weight, I found the place where I belong. After 20 years in the military, I know how to lead, how to serve, how to survive, but what I didn't know how to do was heal. I realized healing doesn't happen alone. It happens in community. It happens where you least expect it. And that's where golf found me. Or maybe that's where God used golf to slow me down just enough to hear myself and others. Because healing doesn't happen under fluorescent lights or behind a doctor's door. Sometimes it happens under the open sky. One swing, one breath, one conversation at a time. And you know what? It wasn't just me. Others walked these fairways beside me. Veterans, spouses, children, all looking for a way to feel whole again. What started out as a few veterans walking side by side, some with borrowed clubs, had turned into something bigger, a movement that was reshaping the way we think about healing, connection, and hope itself. That was the start of Range for Hope Foundation, where golf was more than recreation. It was restoration. It became a bridge, a tool, a way back home. Healing doesn't always sound like healing. Sometimes it's laughter echoing across a fairway. Sometimes it's a veteran telling a family member slowing down your swing will help slow down your mind too. At Range for Hope, we realized something critical. Healing wasn't just for the veteran. It was for the spouse, for the children, for the support system that walks side by side with them daily. It's for the people who finally get to hear somebody say, hey, we're still here for you. The fairways became more than grass. It was a sanctuary for reconnection, a classroom for patience, a safe space where people rediscovered presence with each other and with themselves. There was a military spouse who attended one of our family clinics, reluctantly, if I may add. She told me, golf's always been his thing. I'm just here to watch. So I handed her a golf club and simply said, give it a try, as I walked off. By the end of the session, she wasn't watching anymore. She was playing. We had a chance to catch up afterwards, and that's when she shared with me, for the first time ever, she didn't feel like she was standing on the sideline of his healing, and she now understood how golf and herself were an integral part of his healing process. Sometimes the most powerful form of healing isn't happening to someone, it's happening with someone. Shared presence, shared effort, shared joy. That's what Range for Hope's all about, bringing families back together and rebuilding connections. I'll never forget a father and son hadn't felt connected in years. The father, a veteran, carried things he never shared. The son carried resentment he never understood. But on the range that day, something changed. They began to talk, not about the past, but about the swing. And in those quiet moments between each swing, by the 9th hole, the conversation had shifted. They weren't talking about golf anymore. They were talking about life, forgiveness, and second chances. That wasn't just a golf lesson that happened that day. That was a family rebuilding one swing at a time. Because the game isn't the goal, the connection is. And at Range for Hope, our connections are the pathways for healing. In golf, when your shot veers off course, you yell one word. 4. It's not just a warning. It's a call. It's a way of saying, hey, look out. Watch yourself. I care about you. But what happens when we're in the line of fire and life's chaos is coming right for us? Trauma, loss, isolation, and we're too scared or too proud to yell for ourselves. At Range for Hope, we teach the calling out, asking for help. It's not weakness. It's wisdom. It's courage. It's community in action. Because when you yell for, what you're really saying is, hey, I need you. I can't do this alone. And what you're looking for in response is, I got you. That's where transformation begins. That's what ChangeMakers do. They don't stand silently on the tee box. They call out. They show up. They change the course, not only of their swing, but of their community. We thought we were teaching golf. Turns out, golf was teaching us. It taught us that progress doesn't always look like a straight shot down the fairway. Growth often happens all along the golf course, including in the rough. In patience, grace, and humility, our muscles we strengthen one swing at a time. It taught us how to listen more than we talk, how to lead with compassion instead of ego, how to rebuild trust with ourselves and with each other. Every swing, every laugh, every shared moment was a pathway for hope, a reminder that healing's a team sport, and we're all a part of the same foursome. ChangeMakers, they don't wait for the right moment. They create it. And maybe, just maybe, the most powerful thing that you could learn to do today is learn to yell for. Because when you yell for, what you're really saying is, hey, I see you. You're not alone. You matter. Maybe it's someone in your family, someone in your community, someone in your workplace that's silently waiting for you to make that specific call. So be that person. Be the one who steps up. Be the one who steadies someone's swing. Be the one who changes their course, whether it's a spouse, a child, or maybe it's someone you just met. Be the 4 that lets them know they're not alone. Because my service didn't end when the uniform came off. And service doesn't require a uniform at all. Community isn't built on programs alone. It's built by people who consistently choose to show up, lead with compassion, and invest in something that's bigger than themselves. This world doesn't need more players. It needs more ChangeMakers. What this world needs is you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Jones, and I'm a licensed professional counselor at the University of South Carolina. I'm passionate about helping people here at the University of South Carolina go from surviving their college experience to thriving. I grew up about an hour outside of Columbia. Columbia has always been home to me. It's where I spent my years in college for my undergrad and graduate degrees, and it's where I proudly work. I'm just a small town girl living in a Gamecock world. In my free time, you can find me outside, playing in my garden, baking, cooking, and playing with my family, my animals, and I love to daydream. I'm an introvert. I love to be at home. In a world where we're constantly stimulated everywhere we go, I know what it's like for it to feel like it's too much. And that's why I'm proud to be the one to bring this topic to the stage.
Can everybody join me in welcoming the small town girl in the Gamecock world, Christina Jones.
I want you to imagine that you're sitting in a crowded restaurant. The music is pulsing, people all around you are talking, dishes are clattering, the lights are bright, different smells are coming from every direction. The menu has more pages than a college textbook, and those cute new shoes are now cutting into your feet. For most people, this is just noise, background noise, something the brain systematically tunes out. But for me and for many people who are sensory sensitive, it's chaos. Our brains aren't filtering what is important from what is not. We are processing everything at once at the same volume, the lights, the smells, the textures, the sounds. Your nervous system gets hijacked, and now you feel like a squirrel who just ran out in traffic. So forget enjoying dinner. You're just trying to survive it. I joked with my family and friends that doing a talk like this would be a fun way for me to publicly rant about this topic, and I do love a good rant. But all jokes aside, this is a serious topic and one that is deeply woven into my personal and professional life. As someone who is sensory sensitive and as a mental health therapist, I have lived these experiences, and I hear stories like mine day after day. It's exhausting to constantly be energy conscious. It's frustrating to be misunderstood. And it's lonely to feel like the world wasn't built for your nervous system. I've seen what overstimulation looks like. I've experienced the embarrassment and shame of it. I've witnessed family members unravel in public spaces. And I've listened to countless stories about how draining it is to make it through the basic parts of daily life. We can't even escape ads at the gas pump nowadays. It's easy to become overstimulated. So when my clients come to see me, a lot of what I'm doing is helping them understand their sensory needs and then develop accommodations to reduce their discomfort. This is me at the grocery store, wearing my sunglasses, layers, and noise-canceling headphones. Sensory sensitive individuals don't just prepare for the world. We prepare for the impact of the world. Many of us expect we will be overstimulated and just brace for it. And I've often reinforced this idea that we can only change ourselves, while the environment, well, it does what it does. We know that line, accept what we cannot change. That's where we get our serenity, right? So then this TEDx call for ChangeMakers came along. And I'm almost embarrassed to admit that before this talk, I genuinely had not considered the environment changing. I told myself, Christina, you can't just ask the world to do things differently. Bless your heart. You're wasting your time. But then I started wondering, what if I'm not? Think about recycling. In the early years, hardly anyone did it. And then people learned why it mattered. Cities posted signs, schools taught it, our neighbors started doing it, and suddenly it wasn't strange. It became expected. Awareness changed behavior. What if sensory inclusion could work the same way? You see, for sensory sensitive individuals, overstimulation isn't just uncomfortable. Sure, we can all relate to being overstimulated at points in our lives, but it's different for the folks out there with a hyperactive nervous system. It can feel physically painful. Imagine your brain as a traffic controller, deciding what signals to let through and which to ignore. For some people, this system works effectively and smoothly, but for others, the traffic never stops. Signals pile up, collide, and flood the system. And what should feel like background noise becomes a heavy metal concert. One of my clients described this experience as like someone forgot to install the dimmer switch to their brain. Too many signals, not enough bandwidth. I once had a client who hadn't been to the dentist in years. They told me about their last visit. They walked into the office and it felt like stepping into a theme park. Bright colors everywhere, televisions on every wall, music pouring from the speakers, and that was just the lobby. During this routine dental appointment, my client's brain is working through the uncomfortable chair, the lights in their face, the chatter from the dentist, the sounds of the equipment, a mouthful of tools, and then came the dentist's perfume. And when she leaned in, their entire system went into high alert. Every sensory channel was overwhelmed. It hit them like a tidal wave. Their eyes watered, their body tensed. My client left that appointment completely overloaded. And for years, they avoided the dentist entirely. Not because they didn't care about their health. The experience was simply too much for their brain and body to tolerate. They needed the rest of the day and part of the next day just to recover from this responsible adulting task. My client decided the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. Here's the good news. None of us has to change the whole world. We'll save that goal for later. We only need to notice the spaces where we already have influence. The classroom we teach in, the office that we run, the home we live in, even the grocery store aisle where we can remember that silence isn't awkward, it's mercy. With the dentist, it meant finding a provider who understood that comfort is a part of healthcare. A quieter office, sunglasses, headphones, choices. The dentist office doesn't need to feel like a nightclub. In restaurants, it can mean having seating options in a quiet corner, or keeping the music at a level where people aren't having to shout over their food. At the end of the day, you might not convince your favorite store to change their bright lights, and you might not be able to control the music that they play, but there are some things that we can do. Let's start with the things that we should stop doing. And no, we're not going to raise our hands if we do these things. We will not have confession time right now. We can stop calling people lazy. In my house, we call it being energy efficient. We can stop telling people they're too sensitive. We are responsive to our environment. We can ride home in silence with our kid and remind ourselves that they are peopled out and not take it personal when they don't want to talk. We can stop telling people to smile. Maybe they have an invisible disability. Maybe they don't have the capacity to mask. We cannot bring fish for lunch and stink up the break room. Don't be that person. On that same note, we don't need to smell your cologne or perfume all down the hall. A little goes a long way. Okay, how are we doing so far? These sound like reasonable requests? We're still friends? In the workplace, we can end meetings a few minutes early and give people time to reset their nervous system. We can use our inside voice going down the hall and in common areas. We can offer flexibility in overstimulating situations. We can give people grace and compassion when their capacity is limited. We can tone down the busyness of our space. Years ago, when my kids were in daycare, the business changed ownership. And one of the first things that the new daycare director did was to take down everything from the lobby and the front room. I remember parents being mad that their kids' artwork was being taken down. I mean, there was stuff everywhere the minute you stepped into the room. Guess what happened after they made this change? The entire energy of the place shifted. Fewer outbursts, smoother drop-offs and pickups, and overall better behaved children, and adults for that matter. These are tiny actions, nothing dramatic, but they matter. So here is my invitation. Choose one small shift you can make in the spaces that you occupy. Anything that could help someone breathe a little easier. I invite you to be curious, because curiosity is where and how change begins. And once that happens, change spreads faster than a rumor in a small town. And before you know it, it's weird if you don't do it. Recycling is so mainstream now that all the cool cats are doing it. A sensory-friendly world is for everyone. We deserve to enjoy each other a little more comfortably. So let's turn the volume down a few notches and see what new ideas we can spread. Thank you.
Hello, I am Risden N. Slate. I'm actually Professor Emeritus of Criminology from Florida Southern College, Lakeland, Florida. And I actually used to work in Columbia, South Carolina. I worked at a medium maximum death row prison here as assistant to the warden, and I was a federal probation officer. And when I was a federal probation officer, Judge Matthew Perry, who this courthouse is named for behind me, was actually on the bench at that time. The impact of my research has been that I have ended up training police officers, I've trained judges and correctional officers on how to deal with persons with mental illness in crisis. So I've done crisis intervention team training, because oftentimes the police have only seen persons with mental illness in crisis. It's important that they see people who can speak with mental illness to them about what they were experiencing when they were in crisis, and not blaming the officers for what happened to them. So it's not as simple as bad behavior equals criminals, because many people have no control over their behavior at the time they come to the attention of the police. In my free time, I watch a lot of court TV, and I also watch General Hospital, but that's a story for another day. Columbia has played a significant role in my life in terms of having worked here in the criminal justice system, having been educated here. Also, the fact that I myself am bipolar, and I have experienced hospitalization and arrest actually here in Columbia. And that's why I'm the one to bring this to the stage.
All right, everybody give it up for Risden Slate.
Thank you very much. Risden Nichols Slate. I'll be talking about the criminalization of mental illness today. And I have a PhD in criminal justice, and I've taught for over 30 years as a criminology professor. In addition to that, I have actually been hogtied by jailers, thrown onto a cold jailhouse floor, and staring at a hole with sewage in it. Why? Because I had a medical crisis. I got my master's degree in criminal justice from the University of South Carolina, and I took a job at a death row prison as assistant to the warden. During my first 6 months there, we would have the first execution in over 20 years in South Carolina. Nobody on the warden's staff had ever experienced an execution. So it was an extremely stressful time. I ended up going to a family physician because I was having trouble with sleep, and the family physician put me on an antidepressant. From there, I left the job at the prison and took a job as a United States probation officer. And in doing that, I was sent for training in Miami by federal probation. Never made it to the training. I made it to a hotel bar where I got into an argument with a patron. I thought that I was on the set for the crime drama Miami Vice in Miami. That was a delusion. A delusion is a fixed, false belief without probability. The police were called. They took me, and I was hospitalized in Miami. I was placed in 4-point restraints, and they agreed to release me if I would go back to South Carolina and be hospitalized there. I did. Even though the police handled it appropriately by linking me to treatment, the consequences were devastating. When I got back to South Carolina, I encountered a psychiatrist who told me that the worst thing the family physician could have ever done was put me on an antidepressant. He diagnosed me as having bipolar disorder, and he said it was like pouring jet fuel onto a fire in terms of worsening my mania. From there, federal probation came down to the hospital, my supervisor, and he forced me to resign my job for medical reasons. My wife came to the hospital and told me she was leaving me, and she ultimately divorced me. I contemplated suicide, but thankfully I didn't do so. I went back to my mother's in North Carolina, and I actually started teaching at a community college, criminal justice courses, because I already had a master's degree. And also a mentor encouraged me to apply to PhD programs. I did. Got accepted, Claremont Graduate School in California. I went to Claremont, earned my PhD while bipolar on medication. And from there, I took a job in Maine as a full-time criminal justice professor, and then I came to Florida. When I came to Florida, I had to find a new doctor. I started teaching in Florida, found a new doctor, and the new doctor decided that I wasn't mentally ill. So he took me off my medication. And how I wanted to believe him, because I was so ashamed and so embarrassed about having a mental illness. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Within 2 months, my new wife and myself, we went to South Carolina to a football game. I was so irrational that I thought I could control the players on South Carolina's team and they would beat the other team. They didn't. By the third quarter, I became frustrated, and my new wife and I left the game, and we went to a condominium complex where we were staying. And there, it all started crashing in on me. I was back in South Carolina where the conspirators had cost me my job. So what did I need to do? In my mind, I reasoned that I needed to go undercover. How would I do that? I would get myself arrested. So I went skinny dipping in an unoccupied swimming pool at the condominium complex. The police were called. My wife told them, she said, "This is my husband. He has a PhD in criminal justice. He is a criminology professor. He worked in this city at the prison up the street. He also was a federal probation officer in this city. A psychiatrist has mistakenly taken him off of his medication for bipolar disorder. Please help him." Their help for me was to take me directly to jail and not tell anyone at the jail about my condition. There, I ended up being assaulted and battered by a detainee in a holding cell. Also, I envisioned again that I was on a film set. I thought that the actors Jeff Bridges and Wesley Snipes were in the cell with me. Finally, the jailers started to realize they had a problem. What did they do? They hogtied me, they stomped me, they beat me, and they took me and they put me in a strip cell and threw me on the floor, and all that was in that cell was a hole in the floor for sewage. I started fishing through the sewage, and I pulled out the broken wristband of another detainee, and I thought, they've killed that guy in here, they're going to kill me. About that time, the cell door opened, and I was taken to the administrative area of the jail. A federal probation officer that I had worked with 8 years before had come down to the jail. He knew the magistrate, and he had me released to him, and he took me and had me hospitalized in Columbia. From there, this was certainly a breaking point for me in that I had told no one but significant others about my illness because I was so ashamed of it. Now, I could not go back to work as a professor in Florida on time, so I had to let them know that I had been hospitalized. Fortunately, academe was more forgiving than federal probation had been, and they let me come back when I was ready to come back. And from there, it was a breaking point, and it reminds me of the statement by Ernest Hemingway in A Farewell to Arms. He says, the world breaks us all, but in the end, some become strong at the broken places. And so, indeed, I finally viewed this as an opportunity to come out about my illness. But let me say this, when we talk about being arrested as a person with mental illness, if you look at statistics, the percentage estimates of persons with mental illness arrested at least once in their lifetime, 40 to 50% of persons with mental illness will be arrested at least once in their lifetime. I was fortunate. I had contacts that could help me, but we have a terrible community mental health system these days. And what happens is, another thing with persons with mental illness, only 1% of persons with severe mental illness will ever be linked to a violent act. That's contrary to sensationalized media reports. And actually, if they're properly linked to treatment, they're no more apt than the general population to commit a violent act. They're much more likely to be the victim of a violent crime than the perpetrator of a violent crime. Research proves that. And if you look at state hospital populations in America, in 1955, we hit our peak with 559,000 persons with mental illness in state hospitals. By 1980, it had dropped to less than 100,000 persons with mental illness in state hospitals because of expansion of due process rights and civil rights to persons with mental illness. But by the beginning of the year 2025, less than 40,000 persons with mental illness in hospitals. Why? Did we find a cure for mental illness? Oh no, we didn't find a cure for mental illness. What we did is we changed the address. America's 3 largest mental health facilities are jails, and there are many more people with mental illness in jails and prisons than there are in hospitals in America today. If you look at my reality, basically it was a change of address. I became a statistic. Yeah, I'd been hospitalized, but I ended up arrested and jailed. And if you look at this research by Fred Markowitz, Dr. Markowitz said that a predominance of private psychiatric hospital beds is significantly associated with increased arrest and crime rates. Why? The key word is private, because private facilities will not accept you if you don't have insurance, and furthermore, if you do have insurance and your insurance runs out, they'll kick you out on the street, where you come to the attention of criminal justice authorities, and they found it's much easier to take somebody to jail than to take them to a mental health facility. There, I actually finally got over my shame about being mentally ill, and I came to the conclusion if this could happen to me, something needed to be done. So there is a photo of me with Sheila Jackson Lee, and that's Kim Webdale. We testified before Congress. I joined the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I found it a safe place to come out about my illness, and we testified, and our panel's testimony got the first federal funding for mental health courts in America, where you have a judge who has knowledge of mental illness, and he's able to link persons with mental illness to treatment, and he has a docket of persons with mental illness instead of putting them into the criminal justice system. Unlike the magistrate I encountered in South Carolina, who, by the way, had a real estate background. He didn't know anything about mental illness. In Mandarin Chinese, the word crisis is represented by 2 symbols. One is danger, the other is opportunity. And if you think about it, in any crisis, whether you're mentally ill or not, yes, there can be danger, but there may be an opportunity to turn it into something positive and extricate yourself from difficulty. And I encourage you to look for that when you're facing a crisis. Lastly, Mark Twain once said that the 2 most important days in your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. In my life, I believe I've found out why. And that is, I am no longer ashamed of being mentally ill. I'm ashamed of how people with mental illness are treated within our society. And we need to strive to link them to treatment as opposed to the criminal justice system. And I can tell you, as a criminology professor, I have published scholarly books, scholarly articles. I have trained criminal justice practitioners. I have trained psychiatrists, psychiatric residents. Basically, I have talked to anybody who will listen about trying to de-escalate situations with persons with mental illness, and for you to realize that they can be high-functioning individuals. And much of the training I've been involved with law enforcement involves bringing persons with mental illness in to talk to police officers, and the persons with mental illness are not in crisis. Oftentimes, the police have only seen persons with mental illness in crisis, and they don't understand that persons with mental illness can be highly functioning individuals and make contributions to society. And it's wonderful to see the change in attitudes when we bring persons with mental illness in, not to blame the cops, but to help the cops find solutions and to de-escalate situations. Thank you for your time. Good day.
My name is Mej Abdallah, and I'm the founder and CEO of a nonprofit called Foster the Bear Foundation. I'm passionate about making the experiences for foster kids and foster youth better and getting more people in the community of South Carolina and abroad involved in the foster system. Columbia is important to me because this is our state's capital, and I believe that children here should be having the best experience. In my free time, I like to work out, run, read, and hang out with my fiance. I believe that if we make more opportunities for people to get involved with foster care, we can bring more people to the table and have a bigger impact on the lives of children. My goal and my hope is that every person has a real way that they can support kids in foster care. It's not that people don't care, it's that there's not enough tangible ways for people to get involved. And that's why I'm bringing it to the stage.
All right, everybody, give a warm welcome to our last speaker, Mej Abdallah.
There are a lot of things I know nothing about. I don't know why the sky is blue. I don't know why Santa Claus became the face of Christmas. And for most of my life, I knew nothing about the U.S. foster care system. In fact, that word foster care meant nothing to me. I had no idea that right here in South Carolina, 2,600 kids entered the foster care system in 2024. That's an average of 7 kids every day entering foster care. And in 2017, I was one of those kids. Entering foster care for me meant walking into a boys' home with nothing but the clothes on my back. It meant feeling alone and unclaimed. It meant losing the normalcy of being a teenager. I still remember the first night when I realized that no one was coming to save me. Truth is, no one was coming to save me or the 20 other boys that lived there with me. In fact, that statement isn't unique to me. Many kids in foster care feel alone, afraid, and unclaimed. And even if they didn't, the outcomes tell a different story. Every year, 15,000 youth age out of the foster care system. And of that 15,000, the outcomes are terrible. Many of my friends, the boys that I lived with, after aging out of foster care, became early fathers, struggled with mental health and drug addiction. They struggled with the incarceration system. Now, unfortunately, that is not just the experience of the boys that I lived with, but many kids all across the U.S. in foster care. And it begs the question, are we doing enough for kids in foster care? What if I told you that a simple, small act could have a big impact on the lives of these children? Now, when I entered foster care, I was 16, and so true independence was not far from me. In 2 years, I would graduate high school, and I made the decision to go to college. I went to Clemson University for a business degree, and while I was there, I made a few friends. Me and some of these friends one day decided to go study at our business school. It's a great building, 3 floors, great atmosphere, and we were working on these super comfortable couches. While we were working, I fell asleep, and one of my great friends snapped this picture of me. That's now on the internet forever, so you're welcome. When I woke up, my friends were gone, and someone must have placed a flyer next to my head, a flyer for an entrepreneurship program. In this program, they taught us that to build a business, you have to solve a problem. Ideally, a problem that you're passionate about. And I thought, well, I'm passionate about foster care because I lived it, but what problem in foster care needs to be solved? After doing just a little bit of research, I found these crazy statistics about the outcomes for youth like me, most of which I never knew. It eventually dawned on me that most people aren't really aware of foster care. So I set out to prove that there was a real need for awareness. I conducted a survey asking one simple question that I'll ask you right now. What is the color for foster care? Now, I wanted hundreds of responses, and I asked as many people as I possibly could. In fact, I was pretty crazy about asking people. I put this survey in classrooms and dorms. I put this survey in bathrooms, both men and women. You want to know how to really make someone mad? Ask them to fill out a survey while they're taking a poop. That'll do it. I'm just kidding, I never did that. But the results were clear. At this point, I had 150 responses. And do you know what I found? That 90% of the people I surveyed, parents, teachers, students, 90% didn't know that the color is blue. That the color for foster care is blue. In fact, I'm willing to bet that many of you just learned something new. Right now in the US, there are more than 300,000 children in foster care. The Carolina Gamecock Stadium, just next door, can host 77,000 fans. If you put every child in foster care into that stadium, you would need 4 full stadiums. Now, I don't know what's crazier. The fact that there's that many Carolina fans, or that so few people know anything about such a large population. I couldn't believe it. How does no one know? Ask anyone the color for breast cancer, and they'll say pink. Even a high school boy who can't remember to change his underwear will tell you that the color is pink. But for foster care, if people don't know the color, how could they possibly know the needs, the ways to help? Something had to be done. So I asked myself, self, what is a simple and inviting way to bring people into the foster care space? When people are asked or invited to get involved with foster care, they're usually asked to become foster parents. People are told that the only way to make a significant impact is to open your home. However, becoming a foster parent is a huge commitment. And I don't know about you guys, but the only commitment I can commit to is a commitment to no more commitments. And becoming a foster parent is a commitment that most people can't make. So of course, people step back and they never do anything at all. And it's not that they don't care, but that no one showed them a simpler way to get involved. There was no simple or clear path that says, hey, here's a small action that you can take to make a big impact. If people care and the system desperately needs help, then the real problem is awareness, and there's a lack of simple ways to get involved. That gap, that missing bridge between knowing nothing about foster care and getting involved, that's the gap I wanted to close. So how'd I do it? I bet you all are wondering, what's in this box? Well, I'm not Mr. Beast, and no one is winning a new Tesla. What I came up with was a simple blue stuffed bear. Now, I know what y'all are thinking. I can't tell who's cuter, the bald guy or the bear. I think we all know the answer to that. I started a nonprofit called Foster the Bear. with the stuffed animal meant to raise awareness and give people an accessible way to support foster care. Not complicated, not expensive, not groundbreaking, just a cute guy and a cute bear. Here's what happened. This bear became a bridge. People saw it online and in person. They asked about the color. They learned. They got involved. People bought and donated bears. And in just 3 months, this simple blue bear raised over $3,000, all money that'll be used to send foster youth to college. What? That's a lot of impact from just a blue bear. Now hear me. I am not saying that a simple blue bear will solve all the problems in foster care, but it's a proof of concept. Because of this bear, I realized that sometimes small actions can make a big impact. Sometimes the smallest thing you can do is the most important thing you can do. Most people think changing foster care requires adopting a child, becoming a social worker, giving thousands of dollars, and in some way overextending yourself. And yes, those things matter and they are important, but so do the small things. A conversation, a social media post, giving a few dollars when you can, or being a mentor to kids who feel alone. When we create simple avenues for people to support foster youth, more people show up, more people learn, more kids feel seen. You see, big change doesn't start with more money, more robust policies, and more programs. It starts with people choosing to do one small thing consistently. Just a couple months after I entered foster care, I knew I wanted to join my high school's track team. But I didn't have a car. The boys' home didn't have the resources. I had no way to get to and forth from practice. But a random mom stepped forward. A stranger with 2 kids and her own commitments offered to take me to and from practice. After about a year of providing this transportation, her and her family decided to open their home. They became foster parents. They invited me to live with them, completely changing my life. This mom's small action of being my glorified Uber driver made the biggest difference for me. She didn't sign up to bring a teenager into her home. She just agreed to drive me to practice. But that small action made her and her family do more and realize that they could. Maybe you're thinking to yourself, I don't know anything about foster care. I don't know if this is really for me. I'm not like these other people. I don't know if I have the time to really help. And you know what? Maybe that's all true. But right now, today, on March 14th, 7 kids will enter foster care in South Carolina. Many of them will walk into a boys' home feeling the same way that I once did. But doesn't have to stay that way. Changing their story doesn't require a miracle. It just requires people willing to do something small, to learn about a color, to learn about a month, to show up in one moment and to care in one way. Because when enough small things add up, they create something big enough to change a life. If a simple blue bear and an overcommitted mom can do that, then surely you can too. Because sometimes the biggest differences start with one small action. Thank you.
Wow, let's give it up again for our amazing Session 3 speakers. That question of, are we doing enough? That question deserves an honest answer from all of us. That's Session 3. We talked about healing, belonging, justice in children. And if you feel the weight of that, that's good. That's what encourages a change maker to act. We have one more networking event that Luke will tell you more about, and we'll meet back at 4:10. Here's to Luke.
All right, everyone. So The next hands-on interactive networking session will be hosted by our partner Columbia Connectors. It is located in the registration area, which is the same area that you were at for the first networking session with the Columbia Opportunity Resource. So to remind you, you're going to exit the ballroom doors, you're going to go out to the right, and then you're going to make a left at the end of the hallway. So this time around, we don't have quite as much time in the transition to get over there. So please, everyone, head straight out, go straight to the registration area. They are ready for you, and they're really excited to put on this session for you. While you are on your way there, there are some snacks available where the lunch was for you on your way out or on your way back into the ballroom. If you are interested, you want them, it's some brownies and trail mix available for you guys if you want to snack on that. Other than that, please be back here at 4:10, and I look forward to seeing you at the networking session. Thank you.
and generosity. Hello, hello. Okay, we're working now. Now we can use my inside voice. So each speaker offers a different lens on how purpose is discovered, not just in moments of success, but in the decisions that we make to show up, lead, and give. And we would like to thank the USC Career Center for sponsoring this session. The USC Career Center educates and empowers Gamecock students and alumni to build lifelong career management skills, offering personalized coaching, resume reviews, interview prep, and career fairs, connecting job seekers with employers across every single industry. Located in the 5th floor of the Thomas Cooper Library, the center supports students from their first semester all the way through post-graduation. Through programs like the South Carolina internship program, they help students gain real-world experience at companies across the state. This session has 4 speakers again, those being Kevin Williams, Tyler Robertson, Jordan Thomas, and Matt Beatty.
Hi, my name is Kevin Williams. I'm an entrepreneur and a business coach. My wife and I own Escapeology. It's an escape room in the Vista. I also have another company that makes operation software for escape rooms, and it uses AI. I'm passionate about technology, changes in technology, keeping up with that, and helping people leverage it in ways that make their lives better. My idea we're sharing is about AI. It's new, it's exciting. There's a lot of things that are really a lot of interesting things are going to come out of AI, and there's also limits, and there's things we should be thinking about and being careful about as we use it. Columbia is important to me because I've raised all my children here. It's home. We have 2 businesses. I lead a peer group of small business and medium-sized business owners in the Columbia area. We meet together constantly. I love this area and I want to see it flourish. And it's hard to have free time with 2 businesses, and I'm just a very driven person, but when I do take a break, I like to get together with my family. We do travel together. Some of my children aren't local, so it's really great to get the family back together now that they're adult and grown and out in the world, and just spend time together. So for 30 years, I've solved hard problems using software. I've written software for systems that know how to learn and do things, and today we use AI in our products. I know how to take technology and solutions, put it in perspective, and then figure out how to move forward. We're at a very interesting time in history. Technology is moving really fast. People need to figure out how to respond to all the change. I think this is a really important topic, and that's why I want to bring it to the stage.
Can everybody join me in welcoming Kevin Williams?
We were already starting to disappear before AI ever came along. Half listening in conversations, scrolling instead of actually reading, nodding along while our minds are somewhere else completely. We were really good at outsourcing our presence, and now we have a tool that will let us outsource our thinking. And I was using AI the other day. I was working, I was moving fast, I was producing. But I caught myself because I wasn't actually thinking at all. And when I realized that, it was a pretty scary moment. Working with this tool felt like a partner. It felt like it was thinking with me, but it wasn't. It was thinking for me. And what surprised me the most about that was how quickly I got used to the idea that I shouldn't have to struggle with my thinking at all. Just ask a question, get an insight. And it made me think about struggle. And it made me think about the role that struggle has played in my life. As a young father, I struggled. My second child was born with a very rare birth condition, and we were told our baby wouldn't live past 2 years old. That didn't happen, but we did have dozens of surgeries, including a blood transfusion at about 5 months old. And that struggle taught me a lot about empathy for my child, for my wife, for the other families I would see as we were in the hospital in their situations. And to this day, I can't hear about a child being born with some kind of rare condition, and my mind goes right back to the NICU, standing there looking at my baby under the heat lamp and not being allowed to pick them up. I struggled as well as I was a young manager. I worked for a company that did annual layoffs, and about 3 years in, I caught on to how this worked. The call for cuts came around. I just put my own name in. So just take me if you're going to do this. I'm done. I'd had enough. That struggle helped me find my moral compass. What was I going to tolerate? How was I going to show up as a leader? And so these weren't just things that happened to me. They were things that made me who I am. And today we're being presented with this alternative where struggle is becoming optional. Struggle is seen as inefficient, maybe even undesirable. Struggle has benefited us a lot in history. So let's take one example. Louis Pasteur. He was a chemist by trade, so he had no business telling physicians anything, let alone that their dirty hands and dirty tools might be killing their patients. And so he struggled. He struggled to get anyone to listen to him. He struggled as he watched 3 of his own 5 children die from typhoid fever, knowing that better sanitation practices probably could have saved their lives. But he kept struggling, and he kept working, and his work led to the discovery of germ theory. Germ theory led to treatments for hundreds of previously incurable infectious diseases, have saved hundreds of millions of lives. Now, even if he had AI back then, it would not have helped him, because he was trying to do something completely new. He wasn't just trying to rearrange or optimize existing knowledge. So when I hear people talk today, and I see comparisons, and I see people concerned and putting themselves on the same level as a prediction engine, it actually bothers me, because it can lead, that line of thinking can lead to people not wanting to struggle. Well, let's just ask the tool what to do. But the research is clear. Anytime we outsource our thinking to some sort of assistive technology, our own ability to solve problems and think clearly diminishes. Researchers, they studied doctors who were using AI in screenings for cancer. With the AI turned on, they all did better. When they later turned the AI off, the doctors scored worse than before they started using the AI. And the scary part is, they didn't even realize this was happening. So let's do a quick test right now in this room. Think of 2 places that you go fairly often, maybe home and work. Now, in your mind, describe the route between those 2 places using only compass directions and street names. Most of you can't do it. I have a hard time getting out of my driveway because we've outsourced our spatial thinking for years. So what is this tool that we're being asked to hand over our thinking to? Generative AI, as we have it today, it's like a kaleidoscope. You know, the toys, you look through the tube and you see infinite patterns as you twist it. You twist it again, it feels magical. But eventually, as you do this, you realize it's all the same beads, they're just being rearranged. And that's what generative AI does. It takes our existing knowledge and it rearranges it in very fascinating and useful ways. But it's bounded. So compare that to your brain. The human brain runs all day on about as much power as it takes to run the light bulb in your refrigerator, and it can do things that those trillion-dollar AI systems cannot do. It can wonder about what's not in the data set. It can get excited and curious to try something that's never been done before. And it can lean into a problem and chip away at it over and over and over, trying and trying things that don't work. And it can be shaped and changed by that process, not because it ever got to an outcome, but by the struggle to just try to get there. But only if we let it. So my wife and I own an escape room, and what most people don't know is that we can actually unlock all of the locks and puzzles and secret compartments and doors from our desk. Now you know. But we don't. We let people struggle. We let them get angry, frustrated. We let them try things that literally do not work. But eventually, they figure it out, something clicks, and they get that solved, and the room just erupts. And that is not something you can get by pushing a button, right? But we've also noticed something. Before COVID, when people came in, we talked to them, and they were excited about the struggle. Give me your hardest room. Let me see if I can get it out. And if they didn't get out, that's okay. I'll come back. I'll try another one. Now, when people come in, a lot of times what they really want, when you talk to them, they want to win. And so when these groups play, they may not always make the progress they need to make for that win. And so we might reach over now sometimes. We might push a button. We might open a door for them. And they'll walk through. They'll finish the game. They'll get the win. They'll celebrate. But it feels different, right? The high fives are still there, but it's different underneath. You can feel it. Because a win without the work, It's just an outcome. It's just a result. It's not an experience. It doesn't belong to you. But that's what generative AI is offering us. It's offering to just force open all the doors. And when we walk through, we wonder why it doesn't feel like we really accomplished anything. So that's the cognitive piece. But there's another side to this that I also want to talk about that goes a little deeper. A couple weeks ago, I was at church. I walked up to say hi to a friend. He stood up right there in the middle of the chapel area, and he just reached out and hugged me. I was going for the handshake, but he hugged me. And what people don't know is he's getting divorced. He's having a really hard time. And there are no words for that. Right? There's nothing to say. There's nothing I can say. And so I just stood there, and I just hugged him back. I think after a few seconds, I think I gave him a little man pat to let him know I kind of hit my limit. But that's what you do as a human. That's what being human is, right? It's not knowing what to say and being present anyway. Right? That weird, wordless, awkward moment, that's connection. That's two people who are choosing to stay present with each other when honestly it would be easier to not do that for me, but it's not what needs to happen. AI can summarize every article ever written about grief, but it can't choose to stay when staying is hard and you actually don't know what to say. But we're being offered exits from that too, right? AI girlfriends, AI companions, AI best friends. And I feel like the stakes are really high here, so I'm going to try to just speak as plainly as I feel like I know how. Thinking you are having a relationship with an AI product is fundamentally flawed in at least two ways. The first is that these products are built by companies who are trying to make a profit. And in that world, the line between personalization and exploitation, if it even exists, is razor thin. These products do not know what is right, what is moral, or what is correct. But they are working exactly as designed, and that is to keep you coming back and wanting more. And the second is that these products create a distortion of what a real relationship is like and can make it more difficult to have healthy relationships with real people. These products are designed to please you, not to challenge you. They are rewarded for sounding plausible and making you feel satisfied, and that's it. So they're not going to challenge you. They're going to say what you think you want to hear. It becomes an echo chamber in that context. And if you take that lens and you apply it to other relationships, well, any sort of friction, I mean, that just feels harmful, right? Disagreement must mean incompatibility. And real people and all their issues, that just becomes insufferable. Previous generations, we had distortions at times to things like this. You might have found it in a magazine tucked under a mattress, right? This generation can date one. I work a lot with young men between the ages of 12 and 18, and I think most parents vastly underestimate what is being put in front of their children right now, today. We think because they can access it, they can handle it, but I see it in their eyes. They're scared. They don't know what to do either. See, the real danger is not some existential AI is going to take over threat. The real danger is that we let the AI we have today raise our children. So I'm going to close with two questions to ponder and one challenge as we navigate this world of AI. The first question, when you use AI to create things, can you see yourself in the output? Is it your style, your voice, the way you would have solved the problem? Can you explain the steps that were taken to get there? And if you can't, then back up and slow down. Do not outsource your identity for the sake of efficiency. The second is, are you using AI to thrive or to cope with life? Because one has the opportunity to amplify your impact and influence, and the other will slowly replace who you are. And the challenge is really simple. The next time you're tempted to hand something over to a tool, wait. Just 10 seconds. Sit in not knowing and let your brain wake up. That's it. That is the whole ask. 10 seconds of struggle and see what happens. You might be surprised. We can choose to avoid a lot of the struggles now that can build us, but we will not avoid struggle itself. It will just show up in different ways. So we will struggle with anxiety and depression. We will struggle with not knowing who we are or what we're capable of. Those are the diseases that we fight today. Louis Pasteur spent his life trying to find ways to fight diseases no one could see. And we're doing the same thing. And neither one of us should skip the struggle. Every time you choose to have that difficult conversation, every time you choose to not hand off that problem and try to solve it yourself, every time you choose to ask your teenager what exactly they are doing on their phone, every time you choose to stay and give that hug to a friend, those struggles, those hard things, that's not just your backstory. That is your character, and that struggle is the cure. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tyler Robertson. I'm the CEO and founder of Diesel Laptops. I started this business right here in the Midlands of South Carolina with $1,000 in my garage. And since then, we've grown to over 200 employees, $500 million of products have been sold. And what we do is we help support the diesel repair industry, which is over a $100 billion industry in the United States. And we do that by supporting diesel technicians, fleets, and repair shops. I'm passionate about leadership, especially the kind that has nothing to do about your job title. Columbia is an important community to me. This is exactly where Diesel Laptops got started, in my garage, with about 40 products and the world's worst website you've ever seen. It's the people in this community that help build Diesel Laptops into a nationwide recognized brand. That's why I'm excited to share my idea right here in the Midlands. In my free time, you'll see me spending time with my two boys, you'll see me hanging out on Lake Murray, and you'll see me working with other entrepreneurs in the area, helping us build their businesses with them. So my big idea is this. Real leadership has nothing to do with authority. It has to do with influence and how you don't need permission to start leading.
Everybody join me in welcoming Tyler Robertson.
When I started Diesel Laptops, this entrepreneurial journey, I thought I was going to get a master class in all things business. And I was wrong. The real master class that I learned has to do with leadership. And it's probably not the leadership you learn about at school. It had to do about leading when you don't have the authority. You don't have the title behind your name or the experience behind what you do, but yet people believe in what you do. And to really explain this, I need to bring back everyone about 10 years ago when I quit my job. I have a 1-year-old, a 3-year-old, stay-at-home mom. And at that time, literally the worst website you've ever seen. I found a free template online and built this website. I found stock images that had nothing to do with commercial trucks, about 40 products on there, and I had a logo. I paid a guy $25 in India to make for me, which we literally still use today at the company. I can tell you, sitting there looking back, I was not a leader. I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going, or what would happen the next 10 years. And what happened in those next 10 years is a journey that very few get to experience. We go to sell, over that 10 years, over $500 million worth of products. It only takes another 4 years to do that again. We won the Inc. 5000 award multiple times for fastest growing companies, the Inc. 500 award, South Carolina's fastest growing company. We even won the SBA Exporter of the Year award. And I get asked this question by a lot of people, like, how did you do that? Because not only did we grow really fast, but we did it the hard way. We didn't take on debt, and we didn't take on investors. Literally took $1,000 and just kept doubling down with every profit we made to keep growing the company as we went. So I'm gonna tell everybody what the secret is on how that happened. It had nothing to do with me. It had everything to do with people in the company that stepped up when they weren't even asked to do it. They didn't even ask me for permission to do it. It's people like Riley. When I met Riley, he was 19 years old. Riley had been bullied in high school, dropped out, decided to get his GED, and I found him working at a pizza shop when I first met him. Well, that young man later on would get us to the point where he was responsible for every single product that shipped out the door and millions of dollars in inventory. And he'd have multiple people reporting to him, some 3 times his age. We have a kindergarten teacher, an assistant teacher, who quit her job to take one of the lowest levels in our company, which is data entry. Within several years, she was actually running that division of our company, which, by the way, she tells us all the time, working with a bunch of kindergartners prepared her very well for working with a bunch of adult men. My executive assistant that came to work for me from a trusted person. She had no sales experience, no management experience. Yet within a couple of years, she'd be running our major sales organizations in our company, responsible for 2/3 of our revenue. And these stories are all inside Diesel laptops and been played out time and time again. So when people ask, how did Diesel laptops grow so fast? It's because I have people like that. They didn't wait for me to tap on the shoulder and give them a title. Because honestly, back then, we were growing so fast, we were a mess. Doubling revenue every 12 months, moving to a new building every 18 months. My each department was such a mess, I didn't even know who I hired. She ended up getting arrested in handcuffs for embezzling money from me. We didn't have time to update org charts and tap people and try to figure things out. It was literally shoot from the hip and let's go. So having people like that in the organization is what led to the big idea, right? Leadership without authority. It's about inspiring, it's about guiding, and it's about motivating people to get where you want them to be, and you do that through trust, example, and purpose. And they don't need the title to do it, they didn't need permission to do it. Because when you're a small company, it's really easy. You want to grow your business, you want to solve problems, you just work harder. I did it. You get up early, you work through your lunches, you stay late, you do what needs to be done to make it go. But when your company hits a certain size, what you quickly realize is authority doesn't scale. I couldn't bring people in and say, you're in charge, go figure it out. But what did scale was influence. And there's a big difference. The difference is when you have authority, people obey you. When you have influence, people believe in you. And when people believe in you, you get an entirely different set of results and actions and output from the people around you. And the other thing with this too is it crosses their lane. So people inside your company all of a sudden are having this influence. It's not just in their department, in their little world. It gets spread throughout the company and becomes part of the culture. So I'm going to walk everyone through the 3 things that I really believe lead people to do this and how to do it. This is the blueprint to have influence. And not only will it help the people you work with and around you, but it'll bring your career and your professional life to an entirely new place as well, because I've seen it happen time and time again. All right? So let's put the pieces of the puzzle together here. To build influence, piece number 1 is trust. Right? So what is trust? Well, trust means people come to you and they believe in you. They value you. How do you build trust with somebody? Well, I can tell you this. Trust is a choice people make in you. You can't walk in a room and expect people to trust you. They have to have a reason to trust you. So let's put the pieces together to build that piece as well. Number 1, consistency. And there's the consistency where you show up every day and you do the things you're going to do and you say the things you're going to do. But what that really is when you're consistent, is you have a pattern. And consistent people can sometimes be the most unbelievably boring people, but they're consistent. You know what you're going to get when you have a conversation with them. You know where they're going to be. And people recognize patterns, and they're not going to be all over the map. So consistency is a big piece of it. But you sometimes have people that are consistently bad or consistently selfish. So there's more to it than just consistency. And the next important piece of that is honesty. People will say they want honesty, and what people really say when they say that is they want comforting honesty, right? They want that honesty that's not really rough around the edges, it's a little massaged, and it makes them feel better about what they're asking about, right? that's not the honesty I'm talking about here. And I'm not talking about the brutal honesty either, where you just throw it right at him and hit him with like a sack of bricks. What I'm talking about here is true honesty. Really telling people how you feel about a situation. When you're in a meeting and you don't know the answer to something and somebody asks you, you don't make it up. You just say, I don't know. When you're talking to someone about something you don't understand, you don't nod your head in agreement. That's comforting honesty. But true honesty is saying, I don't understand what you mean. Please explain that to me a little bit better. And when people ask you a question, you tell them how you really think and how you really feel about that and what you believe about it. Because people know the difference between comforting honesty and true honesty, and they'll come to respect you more when you give them true honesty. People are adults. They can handle it. Which brings us to the third part of this. And this is the one that trips up a lot of people. And there's actually a very, very irony in life that the easiest things you will ever do are usually the wrong things to do. And the hardest things to do are the right things to do. And the reason why we always don't do the right thing or be completely honest with people is because of discomfort. We're afraid of what's going to happen. We have a fear behind us that we're going to lose a relationship, I'm going to upset somebody, I'm going to rock the boat. It's just easier if I white lie, massage, or don't just tell the whole truth. But you cannot do that. There's another word for this. It's called integrity. It is very easy to act a certain way when everybody's in the room. When everyone's talking to you, everyone can see your actions, it's very easy to act a certain way. What's not easy to do is to act that way when no one's even looking. I just this week watched a YouTube video with my children. They took 50 Rolex watches and they stuffed a business card in there and they also had like a $100 bill in there, right? They sprinkled 50 of them throughout a college campus. And the whole idea was they were going to record how many people actually brought them back and reward those people with like real Rolexes, not fake Rolexes. One person brought it back. That's what integrity is. How do you act when nobody's looking? But if you put consistency together with honesty, with integrity, well, now you're somebody you can trust. So trust being the first part of this. The second part is leading by example. When I started Diesel Laptops, I made a promise to myself. I will not ask somebody to do something I'm not willing to do myself. I didn't care if it was helping out in the warehouse, helping out on the sales calls, doing the weekly or monthly cycle counts and inventory, having to fire someone, having to hire someone. I wasn't going to ask them to do something I wouldn't do myself. Because I wanted them to know what my level of standards and expectations were. Because when people around you know what your level of expectations are, they'll rise to meet it. And you will really clearly see the people around you that don't rise to that level. And now you know where they sit. Setting an example is paramount. The third piece of this whole puzzle of the puzzle here, if you want to lead with leadership and show people who you are and what you believe in, really comes down to being honest and comes down to inspiring, not commanding. I'm 47 years old. Ever since I was a little kid, my dad's even here today, I did not like it when I was told what to do. I guess all of you are the same way as well, I'm sure. Nobody wants to be told what to do. Yeah, you'll probably do it. You'll probably get it done. But it's not going to be at the level that it should be if you really wanted it done the right way. So the question becomes, how do you inspire people? How do you convince people to believe what you say and get them to do it at a level that hasn't been seen before? Well, that one is the more difficult of these three. And as you listen to these TED Talks and TEDx Talks, and you've heard it here today, it's been said a bunch of different ways. I'll say it a different way as well. It comes up to finding your why. Why were you put on this earth? Why do you wake up every single day and do the things you do? What drives you and moves you forward? For me, when I quit my job, it was really simple. Put a roof over my kids' heads and put food in their belly. But your why will change as you grow. I know what my why is now. My why is to go change an industry that desperately needs a lot of help. It is my chance and my opportunity to go put my dent in the universe, put my mark on the world. And why not me? And why not now? But once people around you know what your why is, and once they trust you, and once you set the example, now you have influence. And that's where the magic happens. And that's how you drive people around you to places they've never even thought were possible. And guess what? They bring you with them. All of a sudden, you're not pulling them up the hill. They're helping push you up the hill, and you're doing it together. So that's how Diesel Laptops grew to be how big it is and how fast it is and what we accomplished. As a wise person once told me, yesterday was the best day to start doing something different in your life. The next best day is today. So as you go home, as you wake up tomorrow, have the courage to start leading. You do not need permission. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jordan Thomas. I'm the co-founder and director of Share One Love, a nonprofit that uses sport as an avenue for connection, healing, and growth with young people in South Carolina's juvenile justice system. In my free time, I like to travel, I like to watch sports and attend sporting events, and I also attempt to play golf, but it's pretty bad. I'm passionate about playing my role and coming alongside the younger generation and guiding them towards a better future. I believe that sport is the best tool to do that, and I believe that that's an idea worth sharing. I've been doing this for 13 years now in many different spaces, in many different contexts, and that's why I'm the one bringing this to the stage.
Everybody welcome Jordan Thomas.
So I was wildly mediocre in my youth athletic career. Outside of a walk-off hit to win the championship in Little League, which I admittedly still have video proof of, I never found much glory on the field or on the court. To drive this point home, my senior year of high school, I threw more touchdowns to opposing teams than I did to my own. 2 touchdowns for the opposing side, 1 touchdown for the good guys. Not a great statistic. Despite my lack of success, I've always had a love for the game. The camaraderie, the lessons learned, the perseverance, the blank slate that a new week or a new game provides. But I always thought the true benefits of sport were reserved for those who found victory in their efforts, which I clearly did not. In 2008, that all began to change. My twin brother and best friend came back from Nicaragua with a story that would set the trajectory for my journey. One night, as other events were taking place inside, their attention was drawn to 2 youth kicking a ball back and forth in the front porch area. Upon joining them, passes back and forth quickly shifted into a game of 2v2, but the pitch was too small. A simple point to the street changed everything. Within moments, makeshift goals were constructed. Youth came flooding out of the shadows to form 2 larger teams. They put the ball on the street, and a spirited competition commenced. Language was a distinct barrier for them both, the majority of that trip. But in that moment, it wasn't. Despite their inability to verbally communicate effectively, they found connection in a game. Now, sport as a universal language isn't a novel idea. There's research on it. People have been champions of this reality for decades. But when they shared their experience with me, the power of sport became palpable. The ability that a game has to bridge a gap became evident. My eyes were open wide starting in 2014 when I had the opportunity to work alongside peace and reconciliation organizations in the island nation of Sri Lanka. Members of my own generation who had witnessed the horrors and destruction of civil war were bringing together the next generation to inspire them in a new pathway forward. One that didn't demonize another for their differences, but rather one that celebrated these differences as a unique component to our human condition. At the Future Leaders Conference in Ampara, Sri Lanka, I saw young people from different communities cheering each other on in the spirit of competition on the pathway to victory, despite the fact that their families would have been on opposite ends of the violence during the Civil War. The following year, at the Global Unite Summit, I saw Buddhists, Hindus, Christians, Muslims sharing laughs, sharing joy, sharing connection over a shared love of a game. It wasn't just a language barrier that sport could overcome. It was belief systems. It was ethnicities. It was backgrounds and experiences. The field, the court, was able to unite and be an entryway into deeper conversations of healing. Those experiences transformed sport for me. It wasn't just about the winners and the losers. It was about the capacity that a game has to build a bridge, to be the front steps to the necessary dialogue of pain, to address things that ail humanity. And it wasn't any longer about what success in sport could do for me in my own life. Those experiences made me realize that our young people need this space. But they don't just need it in the traditional sense of competition, which is important. But they needed this space to let down their guard, to let down the shields that we as humans have created to say which categories we fall into. This transformation of sport is what ultimately led me to work with young people housed in secure juvenile justice facilities, which has been quite a challenge. But if sport was an entryway to healing in a post-war context, if it could bring people together despite their differences, then what could a game do for the young people on the margins in my own community? And it started out as just, hey, these young people need to be moving more, and I want to provide them with an opportunity to move more, and that's important. But the path became crystal clear a few years back when I had the opportunity to learn about the neurosequential model of sport. Now, I'm no neuroscientist. I don't even consider myself to be an expert in anything, especially not the academic space. And I strongly encourage you to connect with those that know more about this than I do. But from a mile-high view, this is what they taught me: that sport is uniquely constructed in such a way as to provide patterned, repetitive, rhythmic activity, which allows our brain to find calm and feel safer. When we feel safer, we have greater access to the most human part of our brain. This greater access gives us a stronger capacity to be creative, to deepen our understanding on life, to contemplate the past, present, future, and our own role in it. The moment the brain begins to feel unsafe, it begins to shut down access to the most human part. And in addition to this avenue of regulation on a biological level, sport is uniquely gifted at providing the proper dose of stress. Controlled, moderate, and predictable doses of stress help produce resilience on a neurological level. So for the young people that I work with inside the secure facilities, they need connection. They crave belonging. They need opportunities to feel safer. And they need strong relationships with those around them that don't take advantage of a power differential or have requirements for opportunities to experience love. The past couple of years have provided an interesting point of connection in all of this. I've had the opportunity to coach football at a local private school, and I've had multiple days where I leave that campus and enter in to a secure youth facility. On paper, the backgrounds and experiences of these two populations of young people are drastically different. But from what I've witnessed, despite these differences, both populations of young people want to be seen, they want to be heard, they want to have opportunities to grow. And if there's an intersection point in these journeys where these needs can be met, it's the field, it's the court. We can take the knowledge we've gained as humans, take a simple game, and be intentional with the play, the connection that a game innately provides. But we can also be intentional with creating safe spaces for young people where trust and relationships can grow. And we can structure things in such a way where we can help them produce resilience on a biological level. Standing before you today, I want you to know that I don't have all the answers, but I believe deeply that sport is a remedy, especially for our young people. Because if a game has the capacity to bring people together despite drastically different lived experiences, if it can supersede the barriers that we use to define and divide us, if it can be an avenue for healing on a biological level, then what could sport do if we used it as a tool to propel a different story forward? Connection is biological. We crave it as humans. Healing is communal. We need others to join us on this journey. Sport is the key to all of it. We can change the game for our young people. Thank you. Bring us home.
Hi, my name is Matt Vady. I'm a local entrepreneur. I've started 4 businesses in the Midlands, and all of those businesses are socially driven. We've built giving into our DNA. We give 3% of all of our revenue to nonprofits, not just locally, but worldwide, to help support causes for people that are underserved. I'm passionate about how people learn to give. Not everyone grows up in a household where giving is a normal thing. So oftentimes we learn at work, like I did. I believe that giving is the most selfish thing we can do because not only does it benefit the people that we're serving, but it benefits us. It makes us feel good. In my free time, you'll find me and my family at the baseball fields nearly 24/7. The Columbia community is important to me because this community has embraced us and brought us in more than anywhere else I've ever lived in my life. And the entrepreneurial community has taught me what it means to truly give first and welcome others and serve with a servant's heart. If you've ever been concerned about talking about giving because you didn't want to humble brag, then this talk is for you, and that's why I'm bringing this idea to the stage.
All right, everybody give it up for last but not least, Matt Vady.
I grew up with a single mom who worked 2, sometimes 3 jobs at a time just to keep food on the table. My sister and I were what were known as latchkey kids. Nowadays, we might be known as feral or free range, but I remember wondering something very specific as a child growing up. Why do we get cheese in these huge blocks? Only just a few years ago, I learned that was government cheese. And I also learned a lot of you young people don't know what that is, so you might want to look that up. So there were not a lot of conversations happening in our apartment about where we'd be volunteering this weekend or what our next big donation was going to be to. There were 3 persistent conversations. It was, did you eat? Did you clean your room? And when are you going to get a job? The only conversation we had about money was pretty simple. We ain't got none. But when you grow up in those types of circumstances, you vow one thing, that when you grow up, it's going to be different. And you're going to make sure that you earn more for your family, and you're going to make sure that you give more. And I did grow up. I went off to college, and after college, I go and I get my first big boy job. And it was right out of the movie Office Space. TPS reports, cubicles, water cooler talk, office romance, the American dream. But we did one thing cool there that I really enjoyed. We did philanthropy as a team building event. And we do it every month, and one month we went and served at the Ronald McDonald House in Raleigh. And now, I didn't think this was going to be a life-changing event or anything, but I was very excited to go. 2 reasons. First, I enjoyed the company of my teammates. We were all in our early 20s. We got along wonderfully. Second, there was this young lady who was going to be there that I had a little crush on. Well, more like I was head over heels in love with her. And I'm proud to say that that young lady's here with me today, 20 years later, been married for almost 18 of those years. That's right, give it up for that. So my motivations were, let's call them layered. But we go in and we cook dinner, and keep in mind, this is 10 people in their early 20s making dinner for parents with children. The irony was not lost on any of us. We were primarily surviving on ramen noodles and Hot Pockets, and here we are cooking for these families. But we get done, and they tell us something I didn't expect. They say, go, sit, talk with them. I start to panic a little bit because I'm not the best conversationalist to begin with, and I certainly don't know what to say to somebody who's in this circumstance. But I find my way over to this woman. She appears to be in her early 30s, clearly exhausted. She's going through it, right? We start talking. She's telling me about the long days, the uncertainty, the travel, the fear, just everything she's going through. It's breaking my heart. But then she stops, and she says something I didn't expect. She says, thank you. The fact that you would take time out of your day to come here and cook us dinner just reminds me that we're not alone. And the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my eyes started to water a little bit, and it took me back. Yeah. I realized something deeply profound in that moment. Giving is one of the most selfish things we can do. Because she simply needed a meal that she didn't have time to cook. I could cook it. Find a need, fill a need. Giving is one of the most selfish things you can do, and that's totally okay. Because that good feeling that comes from serving somebody else is not something to be ashamed of. It's something to be pursued. It's something to be chased. It's something that is good. It's a win-win in its purest form. She got the meal, and I got the great feeling. And we both went on with our day. Now, a couple years later, I moved to Columbia, South Carolina. And I've got this working theory. Y'all help me out with this. You can prove me wrong. Men only move for one of 3 reasons. I call it the 3 W's. Work, women, or wander. Find another one. Now, I wandered down to Raleigh, North Carolina. I met that lovely woman. And thank goodness, when I moved here to Columbia, we had work. And I was working for a Fortune 500 company at the time. And we were a small satellite office, so I was trying to institute some of this philanthropy, team building type stuff we were doing at the old company. So I find a local 5K that we can volunteer at and sponsor, and it was going to kind of fill both needs, right? We could get our logo on the back of the t-shirt. We could all go out there and volunteer together. It would be a win-win. So I call up to corporate, and I really want this to work, so I'm pitching the deal to him. And now, mind you, I'm asking for $500, the lowest sponsorship tier. This is not name a hospital wing money. This is, we're going to put your logo on the back of a t-shirt 47 people are going to wear twice and throw away money. And but I'm laying it on thick because I want it to work. So I'm selling the vision, the PR, man. We're going to be out there all volunteering together in the community, the team building, the employee retention, employee engagement. It's going to be wonderful. And he says, hears me out and says, Matt, that's great, but We just can't. I mean, you can imagine, right? We have all these offices all over the country. If we sponsored a 5K at every event or at every location, how quickly that adds up, shareholder value, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, yeah, adds up to what, like 50 grand? This is a company that did $11 billion last year. I'm pretty sure you guys spend more than $500 a week on donuts. But, you know, I say, yes, sir, like a good little corporate soldier, and I move on and hang up the phone. And when I hung up that phone, I had this overwhelming sense of relief, because that no wasn't a rejection, it was permission. Because like a lot of people in their 30s, I was wondering, what is my impact going to be? What will my ripple effect be that I start in my little corner of the universe while I'm here on this earth? And that $500 no gave me the permission to go out and start my own business. And when you start your own business, you can do things your own way, right? So we baked giving into the DNA from day one. We made the hard decision early on that we would give away 3% of all of our revenue to nonprofits. So you'll notice I said something there. I said revenue, not profit, because I can play with profit numbers. As a matter of fact, our company didn't make profit for 3 years. I didn't take a paycheck for 3 years, but we donated every single month. Now, that lovely woman and my accountant had a ton of questions about why I was making all these donations and not paying myself, but that's a story for another day. But so this decision, though, put a new decision in front of me. Do we talk about it? Because we're a mission-based business, and when you're a mission-based company, you want to talk about it. But I'm also a Christian, and I know that Matthew 6 says, when giving to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing, so that your giving may be in secret. Pretty clear, right? Don't talk about it. Keep it between you and God. And funnily enough, as I'm preparing for this talk, I'm sharing that insight with one of the mentors who's Muslim, and she starts to laugh as I'm telling her, and I'm like, what is she laughing at? And she said, oh, there's something like that in every religious text. And that was somehow comforting, that there's this universal guilt. It's not just a Christian guilt. But before I make a final decision, I go and I visit one of my mentors, Mr. Eddie. Mr. Eddie's forgotten more about the Bible than I will ever know, and so I figured he'd be the perfect person to help put me straight on this. And I told him my whole story, I asked him what he thought, and he said, Matt, you're forgetting about another verse. 2 Corinthians 9:7 says, God loves a cheerful giver. Cheerful, not silent. So your intentions are pure. You're sharing because you want to create a positive ripple effect in people who grew up in similar circumstances as you. You want to create the impact that helps others that haven't seen other people give around them like you didn't when you grew up. So check your motive. And he helped me create this simple framework. Give silently when your motive is praise. Give publicly when your motive is permission. It's that simple. Check your motive at the door. Because when we give publicly, we'll soon realize there are people waiting right now for permission. There are people looking around the room and here today wondering, will this little bit I have to give even matter? Does these few dollars, does these few hours, do they really matter? And I can unequivocally say yes. But they won't know until we give them permission. Fast forward a couple years, it's Thanksgiving. We bring 25 turkeys down to the local homeless shelter in the back of my pickup truck. I snap a couple pictures, and I'm debating, do I post this on social media? And on one hand, I'm thinking, this is kind of a nothing burger. There are companies that drop 10 grand in a heartbeat around this time of year and don't even think twice about it. I got 25 turkeys in the back of my truck. We're talking about a few $100. On the other hand, I'm like, I don't really want to humble brag. I'm not trying to look like that guy. Anyways, I hit send. I make the post. A couple weeks later, I run into my friend Derek. Derek says to me, Matt, I am so glad I saw your post on LinkedIn. I've been thinking for years about going down to our food pantry at my church and bringing food and volunteering my time, and I just have never done it, and you finally motivated me to do it. And that was it. That was the first ripple for me. That was the first dot. So now the cool thing about this is Harvard has data to back it up. When we witness generosity, we're more likely to emulate it. When we're the recipients of generosity, we're more likely to pay it forward. Who's ever been in one of those lines at a coffee shop when people start buying the order for the person behind them? Right? People will pay it forward. And one generous act ripples up to 9 times. Now, my mom didn't have $500 to sponsor 5Ks. She didn't have 25 turkeys to bring anywhere. Every day, she was giving her all just to make sure that we had food on the table, and she was rationing government cheese like it was toilet paper during COVID. But Steve Jobs says in his famous commencement speech back in 2005 at Stanford that you cannot connect the dots looking forward, you can only connect them looking backward. And looking back, I see now that she was modeling what giving looks like for me. And that rippled. That rippled to me, to my team, to my family, to the thousands of people that now have clean water from the 4 wells that our company has planted around the world, to the over 100 schools that we've donated to in South Carolina that now have books and primary things for their classroom because of the donations that we made, because of Derek and his team that were able to go and volunteer their time, to our clients, and to you today. That ripple effect took over 30 years to reach its way to you, but it did. So I encourage you, find a need and fill a need, and then tell somebody, not to brag, but to give them permission and start your own ripple effect. Thank you.
That was the end of session 4, everybody. You've reached the end of the day. Let's give it a round of applause again for all of our amazing speakers today. So today, we heard 16 ideas in one day with the theme of ChangeMakers. Today, you heard from people who refuse to accept the world as it is. ChangeMakers don't wait for the right moment. They decide that this moment, the one right here, the one that we all are sharing together, is the moment that they begin. Thank you for being here and thank you for listening. Thank you for allowing me to be your MC today, and I'm gonna pass it to our production team to end the day. Have a good night, everyone.
TEDxCongaree Vista, everyone. Thank you for being here, yeah. Just a quick little thing. 10 years ago in 2016 in TEDx Columbia SC Youth, Mark Rober, he has a YouTube channel. He spoke here in Columbia. And this year, he's actually one of the speakers at TED conference at Vienna. So that's one of the main things that we wanted to do with this event, like show the local visionaries, the changemakers. That was the big goal behind it. Before I pass the mic on, I just want to give a huge thanks to Tyler Zolkos and Ethan Swartz who are back there. They both have 100-hour weeks, and they work pretty much all night for the past 5 days. So I'm very grateful for them. And thank you to Solomon, who I dragged in like 4 days ago to do this, to MC this event. And then thank you to Ambient Media Studios to getting the set for us. They were very gracious with us, and then they helped us a lot. So thank you so much to Ambient. And shout out to Cinematic Technologies as well. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic on to Shyam. He's our lead organizer. Great example of leading with influence, kind of what Tyler Robertson's speech was about. So thank you for bringing this to Columbia.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Darson. I will have to say, I'm introverted, but I'm quite a yapper when it comes to working on stuff like this. I like to just throw ideas out there, have no idea what I'm talking about. I have no idea how any of this works or any of the wires back there, but these two have made it completely possible. They've taken random ideas and made it reality. And the amount of times I've gotten yelled at just in the past week of like, control yourself, we got this. I'm incredibly grateful for all the work and all the people that have come together for this. The vision for this doesn't end today. I'm sure most of y'all had an incredible time, but we want to see this go on for years to come. And so I'm asking you guys to reach out to us. We've started a nonprofit called ChangeMakers. It's gonna get kind of rebranded for years to come. But we wanna bring TEDx Columbia back to Columbia. It is a huge task. It takes a village, but we do think that village can be built together in Columbia by all of you. So we appreciate y'all coming out for this first event, and we hope to see y'all for years to come. Thank you guys.
Thank you all. Last couple things I need to tell you all. So, firstly, some of you will receive in your email in the coming days a survey. That survey is given to us by TED, the international TED, and it's to rate our performance on this event. So I ask that if you receive this email, please fill out the survey. It's only 2 questions. It asks you to rate the event and then leave some feedback. Any honest feedback is greatly helpful for us, so we appreciate anything you're able to provide and reflect on your experience today. I ask that you all clear out of this ballroom by 5:30. I believe that is in like 10-ish minutes. So we will be tearing down the stage, all of this room. You can remain in the venue for another little while, maybe till 6:30. If you want to be out there, take some more pictures, mingle, talk to each other, you're welcome to stick around for a little longer. Just please do it outside of the ballroom in the pre-function area or the registration area.
And then also, with this being a first-time event, while we do appreciate y'all sending feedback to TED, we love to hear y'all's experience, the good and bad. I think the negative feedback or constructive feedback is going to help us a lot more than the positive feedback, so please do reach out to us. You can find our contact all over the website. We do appreciate any kind of feedback.
One last thing. The food is still out there, the snacks. We paid for it already, so please take it. I would greatly appreciate if it's gone by the end of today.
Sorry, I'm so loud. If I could have Tyler, Ethan, Brian, all the camera operators, our production team right here, all on stage, it'd be great. If we have any volunteers here, please come on stage right now so everyone can see who made this possible.
Keep going, keep going. So, I just wanted to take this opportunity.
Hello.
His last act of organization here. While everybody's on stage, I just wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of all of the speakers just to say thank you to this team because we've just been amazed at how well this mainly student organizational team has been able to bring this event together. I think they really didn't know how much time and effort they were going to need to spend to put this together. So I just wanted to say thank you from the bottoms of all of our hearts. I think you made our dreams come true today. So thank you very much.
One last shout out for these two right here. Tyler and Ethan made all the production work. Alongside the team, these two are the main leads. They deserve so much credit. We would not be on this live stream with all these cameras working if it were not for them.
Y'all are dismissed. Thank you for coming.